Morning, everybody. Today's date is March 16th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in the Albany office with video conferencing to New York City and Buffalo. The meeting is also being streamed on the authority's YouTube channel. The next meeting dates are March 30th and April 27th. The April 12th full board previously scheduled full board meeting has been canceled due to scheduling conflicts that have led to a lack of quorum on that day. Please silence your mobile phones while in the meeting room and take phone calls and conversations you may have outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then no earlier than 10:30 in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their opponents who are present. Presentation time will be limited to 5 minutes per side. If there's support and opposition, please split the 5 minutes amongst yourselves. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
Yeah, just one quick one. I want to take this time to congratulate SLA Commissioner Grilly Ford, who was this year named AT&T's Dream and Black Future Maker, which is Commissioner Ford works for AT&T full-time, has for the past 35 years. The recognition comes from his commitment to equality as well as making a positive impact on the company and in the community. His past community involvement included serving on the board of directors for the Stanley Theater in Utica as a member of the Oneida County Board of Ethics. He was a member there, and he has also been a professional musician, as he alludes to, a lot for 45 years, having performed and toured, which I didn't know this, with national acts such as the Beach Boys, the Kinks, Earth, Wind and Fire, and Casey and the Sunshine Band. So glad to see that your career is being recognized. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you got it all.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think the one thing I did forget to do, however, is introduce who all is here present. So we do have Commissioner Fenn and Commissioner Ford and Chairman Bradley present here in the Albany office. Also in attendance, staff in attendance is Council Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing, Donahue, and myself, Secretary to the Authority, Roper. All right, so starting in Buffalo, the first item is 556. That's BUBBA KALOOSTER, LLC.
I have 56.
I believe we do have opposition present, so if the applicants can come up and introduce themselves first, and then sit down for the opposition. If the opposition wishes to speak.
Are they here?
Yes.
They're in Buffalo. Is there a way to make that screen
Yeah.
big?
They should be talking.
BISTRO.
Oh, when they talk?
Nicole, is it muted?
Yeah, I just unmuted it. Are you guys
Okay.
good?
Okay. Yep.
Jeffrey Walker, 50% owner of BUBBA KALOOSTER.
Kimberly Steiner, 50% owner of BUBBA KALOOSTER.
Gentlemen, I'm Michael Santabria. I'm here of counsel for the business.
There's a woman up here.
Is there opposition there?
Yes.
Or let them go first?
Sure. You like me to speak first, sir?
Yes, the opposition goes first. Thank you.
My name is Gregory Savage, and I am currently the Chief of Police in the town of Eden. I just wanted to make the board, prior to this application being considered, aware of the situation that has been going on over there last year. Razor's Hot Dog Stand has been there for several years now. Jeff Walker's owned it now for several years. We had no problems with it. You know, I only started in Eden in August of 2020, so last year was my full first year out there. Jeff Walker, right now, he should have been here a year ago is basically the issue. He began holding live music events at his facility prior to receiving any authorization from the State Liquor Authority. He also constructed a very large outdoor seating pavilion. He was in opposition with the town building inspection for a while on that because he disregarded the plans and disregarded some of the major structural components of it. He was denied a certificate of occupancy. His response to that was to verbally attack the building inspector, give him a hard time, call him, swear and call him all kinds of names. He continued he did receive a temporary certificate, but he began to hold these live music events last year. We began to receive complaints he has one neighbor that lives particularly close to the establishment. And one of my officers went over there to talk to him about it, and what he had done is he had put up a picture of the neighbor, took a picture of himself with the neighbor's house in the background, saying how they're trying to ruin his business. They have no right to call the police on him when the music is loud. They have no right to contact the building inspector. His response was, "Put your fucking clown nose on, get the fuck off my property." That's the way he spoke to the officer. The officer left. He also apparently didn't understand the town of Eden noise ordinance, because he apparently assumes that he can play loud music up until 11 o'clock. What he said to my officer that day was, "I can play my N-word music as loud as I want until 11 o'clock. He was not issued a summons that day. I recognized that there was a problem, so I did what any small town police chief would do. I talked to him and tried to work it out. I sat with him in his facility for over 2 hours. I thought we had an agreement to tone it down, get along with the neighbors. If you have copies of the police reports, you'll see the next one dated 195. That took place about 4 days after our meeting, when Officer Joe Flynn pulled in on another complaint, and he was met with a barrage of obscenities. Fuck you, fuck this town, fuck them, pointing at the neighbors. If she doesn't like it here, she should sell her house and go suck a dick, with Mrs. Engel standing on the front porch. Again, he was not issued a citation, but after that, several citations were issued, one by Lieutenant Blaze, and it was the same thing. He had an entourage with him. One of them claimed to be affiliated with a law office, who apparently he is not. When he put the picture of the neighbor's house with him, the picture of him with the neighbor's house in the background, what he tries to do is he tries to call out support. And he was looking for retaliation. There was stuff on Facebook, we need to egg the neighbor's house. We need to show the neighbors, what this is all about. You would think that knowing last year that he was operating in total violation of his state liquor authority license for the pavilion that he constructed and for the live music events that he was holding, you would think he would have kept a low profile. You would think he would have tried to avoid complaints. You would think he would have tried to get along with the neighbor. And you would think when the police responded there, he would be at least, decent with them and a little bit respectful. He's shown that he's not able to do that. There was a public meeting last week for a new proposed noise ordinance for the town. Mr. Walker spoke there, and he pretty much told the town board he would get a permit as required, but he'll be in violation of that permit the very first time that he holds a live music event. He interviewed with our local newspaper here, the Hamburg Sun. It was printed in the Sun in 2 editions ago that the changes to his establishment were pre-approved by the state liquor authority, which in my opinion, my understanding, is not the case. That's printed in the Sun. He was issued 5 citations last year for violating the noise ordinance.
We have those?
He was in, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
think we have all the tickets.
Did you send those to our enforcement bureau?
I did, yes. They have everything.
Yeah, we.
As a referral, I mean?
I sent all the police reports. Yes.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
we have quite a bit you've sent.
No, I don't mean in relation to this application. I mean, in order for us to do violations on your citations, you have to send them to our enforcement bureau.
Yes, I did. I spoke with the investigator. I've spoken with him several times.
Okay, all right.
It's a seasonal license, so it's not active
So
right now.
I think in closing, I would just say that I think Mr. Walker has, considering the fact that he was operating outside the boundaries of his license last year and the way that that business was run last year, we're very concerned about what might happen down there this year if this license is granted.
Okay, thank you. Hey, can I ask you one question? How many, other than the one resident who obviously is being bothered, how many other houses are around there? If any?
There's really aren't any other ones. There's a couple on the other side of that residence, and we've spoken to those people. And some of those people, they've complained also. They don't want to go on record. They don't want to say, they're afraid of retaliation. One of Jeff Waters' MOs is retaliation against the neighbors.
All right, thank you.
Is this, Chief, is this an elderly couple that lives next door to them, or?
They're in their 70s, yes.
Yeah.
They've been living there for over 25 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Me and Kim have bought this business over 4 years ago to have a nice family-oriented establishment, which we have successfully countered. We went in front of the town planning board in regards to the new pavilion with absolutely no hiccups. They granted us a permit with no problem. Only thing they asked us to do is reroute the water from the roof to the back instead of going next to the neighbor's property line, which we did. Besides that, we stayed 11 feet from the property line, which the board told the neighbors we could have gone right up to the property line, but we were trying to be cordial and stay 11 feet back, so that gives us a little bit of room. I currently have just purchased those shade screens to hang on the back side and the west side of the pavilion to help with the sun, the wind, but most notably the noise going that direction. In regards to the music, I worked with Robert Heel, who is SLA Solutions out of Hamburg, and we added the live music onto the license as Robert Heel informed me that I needed to do that. In regards to some of these complaints, I would never have made those type of comments, one in front of my customers when 90%, 95% of the time the police showed up. In regards to...
So let me ask you this then, the police chief is blatantly making it up?
I just listened to him for the 5 minutes, and there's a lot of false
Well,
comments.
he sent us a letter as well, which I don't know if you saw it or not, but I'm sure your attorney got it, and it pretty much mimicked what he just told us.
Yeah, we have not received any letter or any information from the chief. In regards to the neighbors, there is a neighbor to my north that comes over to enjoy the music. The neighbors across the street come over to enjoy the music. There's a new neighbor that just moved in across the street that came over 2 days ago. Said I can't wait for the season and the live music and the entertainment.
Well, what about the neighbor that's complaining?
That is the only one. That is the only one inside. I think there's 6 neighbors.
Did you put their picture up on the wall?
No, I did not. That picture was a selfie. 90% of my pictures that I take of Razor's Doghouse, some way, somehow, their house is in the background. It's just the way my property sits with their property. It's at an angle. So with that said, when I took the selfie of me sitting on the front porch or on the patio that night, it was about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. It was pitch black. You could see the outline, their house in the background, but that wasn't the focus of the picture. And the comments that the chief just made a couple minutes ago about what I said on Facebook, I never said any of that stuff. It's still on Facebook. I've not taken down the post. When the police officer came, he went next door to talk to the neighbors. And when he came out of the neighbor's house, he came storming back over to Razor's, screaming and yelling, "I can't believe in the meantime you took a picture of their house and put it on Facebook." Then I showed him the picture and what time the post was. And he goes, "Well, that's not what they just told me." And he literally said, "Let's be conscious of the neighbors, let's be conscious of the area," and I have nothing else to say. So the lies, what's happening around Razor's is one neighbor. A lot of this is not what it seems to be in the police reports. A lot
So
of times,
you didn't use profanity towards the 70-year-old neighbor either, I'm assuming.
absolutely not.
Since that-
Absolutely not.
So
We had a
she made it up as well, or he made it up as well?
When I was speaking with the neighbor, it was 6:30 at night. I was weed whacking the swale. I had a full pavilion.
Why would they, so I guess the next question I have is, why would all these people make this stuff up? What's
It's
the
not-
motivation?
The motivation, I don't know what the motivation is. That's $1 million question in me and Kim's life here. We came to Razors to create a family environment, which we have. There's tons of kids there. We are a seasonal restaurant. We are only open 7 months a year. The amount of beer and wine that we sell is when somebody comes for a hot dog or a hamburger and wants to enjoy 1 or 2 beers. We are not selling hard liquor.
What kind of live music have you been playing?
Again, about 85-90% of it is solo artists. We've had 2 large bands. There is one on August 14th, 2021. We had a 5-piece band. When they performed in July, they got a ticket, or we got a ticket for the noise. In August 14th, when the police, it's in the police reports, there was a complaint that was put against us. The police officer came to Razors, and in the police report specifically said the noise is not at an extensive level. So he never wrote a ticket on August 14th.
Well, you have tickets, right?
We have 4 tickets. The 5th one was written without us even knowing. They wrote it at 10 o'clock and the complaint was put in at 10:30. So that was the first
Well, there
ticket.
doesn't have to be a complaint for them to write a summons. I don't know. I mean, if a cop drives by and says that it's too loud, he can write a ticket.
There is an officer.
Sir, did you know you weren't supposed to have live music there? On your license?
In the beginning, no, I did not know. That's when Robert Heel came to me and says we need to get live music attached to your license. I had one.
But you still haven't. But you still haven't done that yet. Did you keep having live music after he told you that?
No, we added that to our license last year.
No, it's not. That's why you're here.
It's not added to your license. That's what this application is for, and it sounds like you did it all last summer after you were told not to.
No, from my understanding, this is why I look shocked here. Robert Heel came in the beginning of June, middle of June, and we filled out the application. Me and Kim filled out the application. We signed off on everything. He told us how to make the barrier around the perimeter, and even went to the town.
So why do you think you're here?
I don't know why I'm here, but
Did you
in
ever
regards
get,
to the
sir? Did you ever get anything from the liquor authority saying that you can now have live music?
No.
So why do you think you're approved for live music? I'm just curious.
I do believe I got paperwork last July. When
Well, we received the application in July, so you might have got a notice from us that we received your
probably
application.
got the receipt saying you have the application.
Where's Mr. Heel? Why is he not here with you? Is that him right behind you?
No, that's the attorney.
No, because I never knew that the live music was the problem. That's why I didn't bring Robert Heel in here.
You didn't know it was a problem for who? Because you
I
received
didn't know
multiple
it wasn't-
summonses.
I didn't know it was the problem in regards to attached to the liquor license. That's all brand new news to me. In regards to the liquor license,
You're paying a guy to advise you who sells his services as someone who only advises people with liquor licenses, and you're telling us that he advised you incorrectly, and yet he's not here.
well, it went to the town of Eden board. They approved it in July board meeting.
They have nothing to do with our liquor licenses, other than the fact that they get notice when you apply for one.
If I just may for a second, I believe in talking to my client, his discussions with Mr. Heel gave him the impression, apparently that impression was wrong, that while the application was pending, he was able to do it. And that's where I think the discrepancy is.
Listen, I don't know Mr. Heel personally, but I have seen him in here dozens of times, and I would find it hard to believe that he gave you that advice.
And also, you just told a different story than your client did. Your client said you already had it approved. Now you're saying that Mr. Heel said something else. So that's 2 different stories we have about Mr. Heel.
But
said. Neither of them coming from Mr. Heel.
I think he just had that impression. It clearly wasn't approved, and I understand that's why we're here. I think he just had that impression.
Made this application, and that's why it's here before us.
There's 2 applications pending.
Okay.
One is for the live music that it was already doing.
Right.
And have you already built that new pavilion?
Yeah, that's where the live music is happening.
So the alteration application is for the pavilion that is already built without permission.
Right. And is there anything else pending here?
There's gonna be charges pending, we don't have them written.
Got it.
Because it's a seasonal license that that has not officially been renewed yet,
Yeah.
we don't have a license to charge. As soon as the license is renewed, we will charge them with all the violations we have based on these reports.
All right.
We also have word that you appeared before a judge, a local judge who warned you not to play the live music and you disregarded that. Is that true?
That's news to me. No judge has ever told me not to play live music.
You either have the worst luck that I've ever heard, or you have a
What
different
date?
perception of what's going on here than the rest of your community.
I just don't know. Can you explain what date the judge made that comment in court? Because I don't have that.
I have a note that happened. Maybe I mistranscribed it, but I'd like to know if the police officer who's in, the police chief knows anything about that, because I believe we received our information from him.
Can we just go with crocodile questions? I have a question for council.
All right, we need to take a break.
We're gonna go on a brief recess for a conference with council. I'll be back soon.
Yes.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
I'm sorry, Jeff's coming back. He was just outside for a second making a call to Robert Hill. If I could say one thing for the board, it's my understanding from last night in Eden Court that the case is adjourned to April 5th. So it would be surprising to know that a judge had ever advised him not to have live music because the case of those tickets is still pending. That's all I have to say on that.
We'll find out.
Why would it, why would it be surprising if the judge knew that he wasn't licensed to have live music and the police chief is fully aware of that? Why would that be surprising that a judge would instruct him not to have live music?
No, only because the case is still pending, that's all. And there's, I'm not handling that case, but that's my knowledge of it from talking to the attorney.
I mean, everybody, it seems like everybody in this community is aware that he is not permitted under his liquor license at this point to have live music, except him, obviously. And why would a judge not instruct him that he should be following the law? I find that hard to believe.
I just don't know that. I don't know if we could get in touch with the judge.
I know, but it's nonsensical.
I withdraw what I said about the judge. I don't know whether that's true or not, and I don't want the members to rely on that, because I may have mischaracterized it.
All right.
But we do have what the police officer, the police chief said, on the record.
All right, do you want to add anything else?
We could probably find out if that was done on the record at an Eden.
No, I'm gonna disregard it, we're all gonna disregard it. Do you want to add anything else to these applications that he apparently didn't know he filed?
No, I just made a phone call to Robert. I left him a message to have him give me a call. And I'm going to start investigating it on my end when I get home in regards to the license.
Do you want to wait for him to call you back before we vote?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do a second call. Let's go on.
Forward and Chairman Simon.
Yes.
Yes.
So the next item, 526, that's Triple K Liquor LLC.
Good morning, I'm Tracy John, I'm counsel, and with me is Terry Potter, the principal, the sole owner of Triple K. This is an application for a small liquor store. It's approximately 1,100 square feet out in a rural area. Ms. Potter owns right next door a little grocery type store that has had a beer and wine license for over 20 years. She's never had any violations, and interestingly enough, it's also next door to the police barracks with it. So it's a little strip in a rural area that happens to have a couple businesses on a corner. It's a couple miles away from the city center in Bath, New York. So they believe it would be in the interest of the community to have this location that's, rather than people having to travel downtown through all the lights and into the city, to have in this area a major intersection where a lot of people live and travel through. And again, a very small liquor store, 1,100 square feet out there. So we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. John, you keep saying 1,100 square feet. The application is for a store that's 513 square feet.
I apologize.
Retail.
It's 11 by, it's 30 by 11-ish. I apologize. 500 with the storage area.
What does that mean?
Is it 500 square feet total?
It's
or
500, it's 500. I apologize. I looked at the original application. In the deficiency, we corrected it.
All right, so it says 513 square feet with 315 square feet of retail space. That sound more like it?
That is correct. I apologize.
Thank you.
We have also submitted some letters of support from some of the business owners that are based in nearby and customers in the area. And also the town supervisor has put in a letter of support from the town of Bath.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
Given that you own a grocery next door, so you have experience in this area, and that all the two closest stores are doing healthy growth, the next door is 3 miles away. So I'm going to find public convenience an advantage, and given your many letters of support, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You're kind of up the 390 from the north. You're like on the north end of Bath, northwest end of Bath.
Right.
I think you're far enough away from the other store. There's no protest. And you're super small. You got a postage stamp size square footage. So you do have support from the town of Bath Supervisor Ronald Smith, as well as other individuals and businesses. So I vote to approve as well.
I vote to approve on the same grounds.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we're still waiting for LLC. We'll keep the Buffalo Stream open and then move on to items here in Albany. First one is Aaron's Discount Wine and Liquor LLC. That's number 528.
528.
528. Awesome.
It's Aaron Sandy Lou. Aaron is the applicant, his wife
Jeannie Gallagher.
Okay, sorry.
involved in the
Could you hold on one
Hold
second?
on a second.
Sorry. Nicole, could you either mute the line or have the conversations, don't go outside of the conversation? Okay. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Aaron is the applicant, he is the sole owner of the LLC that is the applicant, and his wife will be working in the store and intimately involved in its operation. I would like to correct one matter that was in my submission.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there any opposition here? Because I do see we did get 2 protest letters. Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm sorry, there was one error in my submission to the board. I stated that there was one liquor store that had been new in the area in the last 11 years in the Glens Falls, Queensbury area. I found out after further research that that is not true. that store was sold and a new license issued, but that store had been there for many, many years before that. So with our application.
And which store is that?
That's Jim's Wine and Liquor. There was a sale apparently. There's a new license as of 19, but there was internet advertising for Jim's Wine and Liquor that goes back many years prior to that. So
I don't see that as listed as one of our.
Yeah, that's not one of the
One of our
closest.
four closest.
Right.
You're referring to the area in general.
the area in general, the city of Glens Falls and the town of Queensbury have come to run together because of the expansion of both communities. The public convenience and advantage, which is the threshold in this matter and all matters before this board, I know the board has received my submission, and I know from experience that you read those submissions, so I'm not going to stand here and just try to read it to you. I would just like to point out that in the last 11 years, since the last liquor store was added to the community, the greater community of the city of Glens Falls and Queensbury, there has been an over 4.5% increase in population, over a 10.5% increase in housing units, and that within the last 6 years, building permits within the town of Queensbury have escalated from 36 million, I believe, or 37 million, up to $75 million in value.
Can I just clarify one thing? So you're saying over a 10-year period, the population went up 4%?
4.5%.
4.5%? And then during that same period of time, housing went up 10%?
That's correct.
So who's living in the houses?
People who were...
No, I mean, the numbers don't jive. Presumably, 10 years ago, everybody had somewhere to live.
I can only go by the census data, which is certainly questionable.
I guess some could have been taken out of housing. All right, go ahead.
And the 10.5% I received from the town building department, or no, the town housing department confirmed that I got the number originally from the local Post-Star newspaper on an article.
So you're saying that 4.5%, about 0.5% a year is population growth?
I'm saying that, yes, if you look at the rest of Warren County, with the exception of the village of Lake George, there's been a decrease in population in that area.
Do you know what the birth rate compared to the death rate is nationally?
Yes, I'm aware.
So this is actually no growth in population of drinking.
Well, I would respectfully disagree because I think there is valid data that's in the public forum that clearly shows that, first of all, there's very questionable data in the 2020 census, but more importantly, that because Glens Falls has expanded into Queensbury, and because Queensbury has built in the last 6 or 5 years numerous apartment complexes and numerous homes, single-family homes, which are in my submission, their area of location, that there has been a growth.
All right, can we get off of that? What are they going to do? That's you have, based on the records we have, you have 4 stores within 2.5 miles. The opposition says there's actually 5 stores within 2 miles and 8 within 3 miles. What are they going to do that these other stores aren't doing already?
Well,
there's actually one
all,
like just right around.
There's
actually one like right around the corner from you.
It's 0.7 of a mile away, I believe.
It's on 254. Yep.
But what they are going to be doing is two. First of all, they're on Bay Road. They're on Bay Road north of Quaker. They're on the main thoroughfare that services all of the area of expansion. All the new housing, that's a mistake. The vast majority of the new housing units, the apartment complexes, the condominium complexes, and the single-family houses that have been built in this area have been built to the north and to the northwest of Quaker and Bay Road. Bay Road has become an avenue of commerce. Right directly across the street from this proposed location is a brand new Lowe's Home Center and a brand new Lowe's Garden Center. Down the street.
Yeah, but you can't deny that the other store, it's on Quaker, also across the street from everything you're talking about.
The one store that's on Quaker is to the east of this intersection, and I submit is not on the traffic pattern. That is not our doing. That is, they have, the store, Adirondack Wine Merchants, have apartment complexes, new apartment complexes that are in the photographs that have been submitted that are immediately adjacent to or right around the corner from their store. That's not our customer base. I put that in my submission to just show that the whole town has had this last 5 to 8 years incredible constructions of residential units, and now, as with every residential community, the commercial units are following. 3 banks have come onto Bay Road. One was further up Bay Road, or further down Bay Road, I should say, and has moved their location.
How's your business going to be different from the store? I mean,
Well,
you're just like basically right on top of them, and
one of the
to
ways
your benefit, they're not here today, so.
No, and to her point, their sales, even with all of what you say happening, if it's happening, their sales have basically been flat.
Their sales have been flat because the store, well, first of all, their sales have been flat, Chairman. They aren't doing the marketing. I didn't personally. I had a representative from my office go in and walk through the store. Their inventory is inventory that would have been very popular in days gone by. They are not marketing on the internet. They are where they are, and they have their market, and they have their customer base, and God bless them. But more importantly, I would point out that, and I submitted this, and unfortunately, it didn't get to the full board because I hit my send button on my computer a little after 2. Aaron Liu, Mr. Liu, has been researching with local distillers, Springbrook Hollow Farm Distillery, High Peak Distillery, Lake George Distillery, and local wineries to find a source and a delivery method. With some of these smaller shops, delivery is an issue. And it is his intention to put in a section of the store. When you walk in the store, you're going to see liquor, you're going to see wine, and you're going to say New York products. And he wants to highlight in his store the accessibility to New York products, specifically New York wines and liquors that are hopefully locally, and if you can't get delivery or sufficient delivery from the small local distillers, then down to Albany or Saratoga or out to other parts of the state that do have. But he wants to highlight New York products. And he is committed to put into his store a section with signage and in his advertising that New York products, New York made products, New York sourced products are available within his store.
How far is his brother's liquor store away from him?
1.7.
So why was that? Was that one of the closest?
Yeah, that's 9099.
And obviously he didn't object.
Well, as I responded to the
is he here, by the way?
No. Mr. Liu and his brother have not spoken since their father's death. I won't get into the details. The family was fractured by events leading up to his father's illness and death, and he has no connection to, no association with, and no business interest. In 2017 and 2018, Mr. Liu worked with his brother, worked at his brother's liquor store. His father got ill, and he and his brother do not communicate and certainly don't have any interest in each other's businesses.
And I just have one other question. He indicates on his application that he's lived in Queensbury, at least for the last 5 years. Yet in 2021, it appears he had a full-time job in Brooklyn. That's a pretty significant commute.
No, I have friends who there's Asian parks going down from supermarket to New York. It's very convenient. And also I have friends who go to doctors in New York and every Monday and they come back. So basically I ride with them all the time.
So you were going down every day?
No, I don't go down every day.
Well, where'd you live when you were down there?
Sometimes 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks.
So where did you live when you were working down there?
I live with sometimes my mother's house, sometimes the cousin's house.
That should have been on the application.
So he would stay overnight.
Well, no, he was staying for 3 weeks at a time. He was living there, but whatever.
It's common for the Chinese to work in a place.
I have no problem where he works, but when you're working somewhere and you're living in that area, you should put that on the application.
Because I don't want to have some income, while I'm waiting.
No, it's quite natural to go find a job. I don't.
And his legal residence and his home and his family are in Queensbury. They have been for a long time and they continue to be. He had a restaurant there which he sold in 2017. He has no interest in it other than being the landlord. He owns the.
Do we have that?
Pardon?
Do we have that he owned a restaurant?
It's in the application.
I have that he's a manager at a restaurant. You owned that restaurant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay.
The one next door?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And he and his wife owned the restaurant, Chopsticks. They sold it in 2017, correct?
Yes.
It has since resold. They are the landlord. They have no interest in the restaurant.
Okay.
The issue really, and I'm going to ask you to take the time, the additional time in this application, to look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. And the numbers are that in the last 5 years, 6 years, because most of my data went from 2021 and we're now in 2022, so in the last 6 years, I will say, there has been substantial construction to the north of the Aaron's Wine and Liquor proposed, and I have submitted to the authority Google directions, exhibits D, E, F, G, that show large housing developments, very large apartment complexes, upscale, very expensive housing developments that have been developed immediately, within a couple miles of the proposed location, immediately to the north.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you say the numbers don't lie, it's a red flag for me because I don't see what you're saying. Do you know how many residential units were replaced by these new developments? You only are reporting that there's new housing.
Well,
How many people were displaced by these
there was a
residential?
lot of cows and probably some chickens. That was
And
farmland.
yet you only have 10% growth in the housing over 10 years, 1% per year. And those houses, that housing isn't filled based on your own numbers, right?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. You had a half a percentage point of population growth, but 1% of housing growth. Clearly, it's people moving around.
I understand your points, and just the board has taken the position in prior cases and in litigation over licensing matters that, speculation as to what the population may be based on construction and the like is too uncertain to rely on. So when you're talking about the numbers that don't lie, we have your census data. That's the population numbers that we're going to have to rely on.
Well,
Mr. Irving, your 5 minutes are up.
Yeah,
Even with the questioning, you're way over.
all right.
Are the members ready to vote? Or?
No, he can sum up.
To answer the most recent question, if you look within my submission to this board, you will see the number of units that are in exhibits D, E, F, and G.
And how many units?
No, so just let him sum up, we're good.
How many units, do you know how many units disappeared during the same period?
I do not. I do not.
That's all I wanted to know.
Sir, for 17 years I lived in Warren County. I'm familiar with the area. This was not housing before it was apartment complexes.
We understand that, we need you to sum up at this point, we have to move on.
There has been a substantial increase. The numbers from the Department of Transportation, New York DOT, show the number of daily cars down Bay Road, north of its intersection with Quaker, where this store is located. Those numbers are dramatic. Those numbers are a busy commercial roadway that leads into Upper Glens Falls through Queensbury. In order for all these people to get to any of the shopping that's at Aviation Mall, that's on Route 9, that's within the city of Queensbury, they have to drive past this location. Their advantage when they're shopping at Lowe's, when they're shopping at the new supermarket that's less than a mile down the road on Bay Road, if they're going to the banks, the doctor's offices, all of the things that are in my application that have gone into this neighborhood in the last few years, their advantage of being able to stop at Aaron's Wine and Liquor would be served, and the convenience to them would be also served. I would ask you to approve this. If you have any questions for myself or the Luz, I'd be happy to answer.
I gotta ask you a question. Why, in this area, I counted roughly 12 liquor stores, and you're almost like, you're more Glens Falls than you are Queensbury at this location. You're just about into Glens Falls, right?
No,
I think you are. I'm looking at you just above Quaker Road, and that's just getting into like northern part of Glens Falls. So I guess I'm asking you, why this location and not something like further up Baytown Road near like actually in Queensbury?
They own it.
Because
They own it?
Because, well, for several reasons. First of all, this is the furthest north liquor store. If it is approved, it will be the furthest north liquor store in either community. It is further north than anything else that is in existence.
Actually, latitudinally speaking, it's about the same as Monty's, which is to the west.
And
which is his brother's.
And
Right.
New York, Route 9
Right.
is a whole different traffic pattern to a whole different location.
I agree.
And so going north on Bay Road or going up to Bay Road and going north to all of these housing developments or to Lake George, the east side of Lake George.
Toward like SUNY Adirondack, something up towards that area, nothing?
That whole area, there's nothing up there. The stores and the banks are now coming in,
Yeah.
and we want to be part of that.
All right. What do you got to show here? Sure.
The nearest liquor store going north is 23 miles towards Vermont,
Yep.
or it's in my papers, I can't remember how many it was, several miles into Lake George Village.
Yep.
But as Commissioner Fan pointed out, you're saving people in a driving community a half-mile drive.
Not even.
So yeah, you might be further north, you're further north by a half mile.
And we're on the main thoroughfare, we're not on an auxiliary road.
But it's a driving community, so I'm not saying it's not closer for some people, I'm sure it is, but it's a driving community. How much time are they saving? What's a traffic jam look like in Glens Falls?
They're getting traffic jams, believe it or not, but yes, no, it's not Manhattan, but it is, well, I'm repeating myself.
Yeah, okay.
It's across the street, it's in the neighborhood of several retail outlets that have huge volumes, like Lowe's, like supermarkets,
We got it. Anybody have any questions, Commissioner Fan?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Fan?
It's a close call. Just because there's a source so close to you, I'm going to vote to approve, but I'm not going to let you sell any of the items that, since like they're wine focused, I'm going to say that you can't sell anything that they have on their shelves.
We will get
Yes, I
an
can do.
inventory and we will stay away from their products.
Commissioner Ford?
As I'm looking at the map, I mean, you guys look like great applicants, and I'd love to say yes, but I just think you're right on top of another store amidst 12 others, and I just don't see the need for public convenience advantage for another store right at this location. So I'm voting to deny.
I'm voting to deny too. The only public convenience and advantage that you've indicated to us is that you are closer to the northern part of the area, yet you're 0.5 miles closer in my opinion, and I don't see any convenience or advantage to what you plan to carry, services that you would provide that the other ones are not providing. The sales of the 4 closest stores are either flat. The closest store is flat. His brother's store is going to lose $1 million compared to 2020 sales, and he's the third closest store. So I just don't see the demand. The population numbers are 0.5% a year over a 10-year period. That to me is almost stagnant. It is stagnant, regardless of what the building looked like. So I just don't see any need for another store at this time.
We would be the only store in the community that's focused on New York.
You did raise that, but that's not enough for me. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, your application's been denied, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald.
Sorry.
All right, we're gonna go on a brief recess. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, Mr. Walker, are you ready to come up next, or once we're back on the record, I'll call you, but, so you are ready, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. The recall 556 BUBBA KALOOSTER LLC in Buffalo.
That's 556.
556.
I want to start out with apologizing to the board for my ignorance. Robert Heel in June met with me and Kim at the restaurant and made a change to our license or application for the license for the method of operation and for the pavilion and live music. Kim and I had the full understanding from our impression from our meeting that we can continue on with live music at that point. Robert Heel was and has been at our establishment many times during the course of the summer during live music events. And not once did he ever say anything about live music.
Go ahead.
Kim and I just want to make sure we reiterate to the board in regards to the, I know you disregarded the judge comments, but Kim came up with an understanding from the court. The court did say to us in July that if he had another complaint before September, he would pull us in early. That was the only type of comment that we could remember the judge mentioning to us in regards to the noise complaints. He mentioned to us that if we had another complaint between July 20th and September 25th, when it was our next court date, that he would pull us in early. 72 hours to almost to the minute, we got another complaint from the neighbor and another ticket from the police officers. And that night, that police officer, who is a federal police officer too, and he works for Eden for part-time, told both of us, it is out of their hands. We've been told by the chief, no matter what, if there's a complaint about your restaurant, you automatically get a ticket. So, and that's pretty much true, because every time we had a complaint, we had a ticket. So I'm asking the board, me and Kim are asking the board to allow us to move forward. This is our first restaurant that we've ever owned. This is our first license for liquor. We are family oriented, not one complaint in regards to liquor being served at Razors in regards to underage or rowdiness or fights. It's a family oriented restaurant. It's going to continue that way. And we're just asking for the board to allow us to have live music. I think the residents enjoy it. We are moving to solo artists only. We're not having live big bands anymore. We just understand it's just too much for the pavilion, too much for the establishment. And that's pretty much it. I don't know if Kim wants to say anything.
No, the only thing that, like I said, we're new to this, so we were unaware that there was something that needed to be attached to the liquor license when it came to music. I'm new, I'm a dental hygienist. I've been a dental hygienist for 28 years. Had no issues against my license, so this was all new to us. We just wanted to make something that people can enjoy in Eden. It's a small farm town, and especially during the COVID years, we all were locked into our homes, and it was something that I wanted for people to enjoy, because there were nothing for people to do, to go to any live concerts, big acts or whatever, where this was just something to enjoy some music and have people feel some sort of normalcy.
The members ready to vote, or do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Fan?
In the 4 years that I've been here, I've only seen a police chief come and speak against a business. This is only the second time. So to tell me that he bothered to drive all the way to Buffalo to lie about your business, it seems implausible to me. Having said that, I don't think you guys know that you've burned your bridges so far, and so maybe it's worthwhile to try to go get a meeting with the police chief and try to get him on your side, because with his protests and the letters on the record, there's no way that we can give you live music. But since it's still a couple months from summer, I strongly encourage you to go lobby within your community and try to fix this, because there's no way I can support this application today. But if you come back with him, maybe just get a letter of no objection or something, work it out with him. That's my advice. For now, I'm going to vote to deny.
There's two things here, though. Can you ask what you're denying? I know one is, but the other's the alteration.
You want me to allow the alteration?
No. I'm asking, you have to vote on both, is what I'm saying. You're denying everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford?
He needs to write that down, that's fine.
The method of operation of the alteration applications.
Yeah, I'm pretty, I guess, impressed, and not in a good way, that the chief came in to make sure that his points were stated and made like on record. So I think you have some work to do, maybe not just with the police, but possibly your neighbors. So I read the reports too, and I thought they were kind of deeply disturbing. And if you were coming here to get a license, I can tell you that would weigh heavily on me, but I'm voting to deny as well. On both.
Chairman Pryor.
I'm voting to deny as well. I don't recall the last time a police chief has come in here to speak to us either about a licensee. You obviously live in a small town. It's clear to me that there is some type of behavior coming out of that place, whether it's you or your employees, that is just not giving the impression you're willing to work with anybody. You went and did the alteration without any permission, it appears, from us or the town. And you started doing music, even after you started getting summonses, nothing really changed, even though it was illegal to do the music in the first place. So I don't think that I have any way that I could approve this at this point. I don't know if I could in the future either, but as Commissioner Fan said, the first thing you gotta do is mend fences where you live. And I can tell you this, if the music continues this summer, the place will be shut and you'll have nowhere. So I would recommend that you go about this the right way this time. And if you have questions, clearly you didn't ask the right questions of Mr. Heel last time. I would try to ask the right ones this time.
And just to be clear, so you're probably going to be applying for your renewal of your seasonal license shortly if you haven't already? Or if you are, and if you're not going to be use that new pavilion as part of your license. All right, just so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Nicole, that was the last application in Buffalo, correct?
That is correct.
Well, yeah, I believe you can go ahead and cut the stream, since no need to wait for 30 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item here in Albany is number 502, that's Saratoga Lake Wine and Liquor LLC.
Is there any opposition?
All right, so you guys can put your name on the record first.
Sure.
You YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Good morning, my name is Caitlin Dobies. I am the applicant and the sole owner of Saratoga Lake Wine and Liquor LLC. Good morning, my name is Vanessa Bear. I'm here to represent Caitlin Dobies.
Okay, let the opposition go first.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Gary on behalf of Mike Wickham, who is the Barrymore store, one of the closest stores. I also represent the Bricks store. Unfortunately, the Rosenthal's had a prepaid vacation set up for a family and they couldn't be here. We have filed our opposition papers. We filed letters from both of our clients. There has been no filing that I'm aware of from the fourth closest store, which is the Saratoga Wine Exchange, I think. So I don't know what happened with them. In any event, this location is on Saratoga Lake. It's an old storage store that is being proposed. What we see from the numbers that we've supplied is that this business has gone flat in the area, typical of what we're seeing. The recent numbers are scary, as everyone knows, with the cost of food and gasoline. The liquor store business has gone quiet in many areas. This proposed location requires anybody getting there. The vast majority of traffic would be going by the existing stores in there. So we just don't see that there is a need for additional store in the area. That the existing stores are well serving the public convenience and advantage. In fact, the numbers are flat, and frankly, we are all expecting, not only in this area, but probably statewide, that while this madness goes on in Ukraine, that our numbers are going to continue to reduce. So we just don't see based upon the flat numbers for the local stores that were here, that there is a need for an additional store in this area, that the existing stores adequately and well serve the existing public need and convenience, and we would ask the board to deny the application.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Thank you. Ladies?
So as I said, I'm Caitlin. I am the proposed applicant of the store. I am a resident of Stillwater, and I've been there with my husband for about 9 years. We decided to propose this location, 300 square footage of property right next to a Stewart's location right on Saratoga Lake. And the reason we proposed and came up with this idea is because as residents of Stillwater, we see a great need in the area. We've passed the store multiple times.
Can I stop you there? 300 square feet or 3,000?
3,000,
Okay.
sorry.
My bad, okay.
So we passed this location multiple times, and for about the last 5 years or so, we, kind of thought, well, geez, this would be a great location. So as we've seen in the last 10 years, according to the Census Bureau, there's an 8.9 population increase in Stillwater, and we,
In Saratoga?
In Stillwater, I believe, yes. In Saratoga, there's about 7.2%. Specifically in this area, the Global Foundries company is within under 2 miles of this location. And I know that this is just a proposition, but they have proposed to move their main headquarters from California to New York, which would, potentially bring a lot more population to this area.
They're in Malta, right?
Yeah, so it's actually, where we're located is interesting. It's, like I said, it's under 2 hours, 2 miles from this proposed location. Technically in the town of Malta, but where we're located, we are really right on the border. Malta's a stone throw from this store right on Saratoga Lake.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a little bit confusing there. But we've also, there's a lot of, the town is really preparing for this growth as they have seen the trends trending that way. So they, we talked to the the Stillwater senior planner, and she, did confirm that there are about 920 total units of condominiums going in right in that area. We see that, Bricks Wine and Liquor, they are about 3.5 miles away from our store, and as a local resident of Stillwater, I've been to their store. They have a beautiful store that really markets a high quality of wines and expensive bottles of wine. They also do a lot of very formal wine tastings and pairings, which we don't intend to do. Barrymore's, which is about 5.3 miles away, they are a much smaller store, so I do believe that we will be able to provide a much larger selection of products. And also going back to Brix's fine wines, is our market is really going to be kind of like everyday wines, more in the $15 to $20 range, and then of course liquors. We also know from being in the area that neither of these stores have a large section of the ready-to-drink products that are up and coming, and being very close to the only public beach access on Saratoga Lake at Browns Beach. We can actually see it from the proposed location. We plan to have multiple large refrigerators that will have ready-to-drink products ready for people to take. And yes.
Any questions?
It's a decent sized store. You said, what is
Yeah.
it, 3,000?
Yeah, 3,000 square feet.
2,775 devoted to retail.
Yes.
And you're gonna work full-time there?
My husband will be a full-time manager at the store.
Do we have a personal question there?
And we
Yes.
do. And what are you gonna be doing?
So I work full-time in the education industry. I operate multiple childcare centers, also right in Malta. I will continue to do that, and my husband will run the store.
I see.
Why a liquor store, other than the fact that this looked like a good location? Why this business?
So, we both have an interest personally in, you know, alcohol, we've always loved it, but
So do
my
I, but I don't know liquor store.
Yeah, well, that was the initial thought. You know, my husband has experience, he started in the retail, industry just from a child, you know, working at Rite Aid and things like that. He is a people person, he loves to mingle with people, talk to people. He was in a sales position prior to this, working with Saratoga Eagle, sales and service. You know, so he really found an interest in this, and we think that it's something that people, you know, really love, and it's something that we will really enjoy doing, and we're passionate about doing, and we're excited to bring some new things to the community.
Why isn't he on the license?
So we kind of just wanted to make things simple, to be honest, and also will be receiving a loan, a personal loan from my parents. So to make that simple, I was the sole owner of the store.
Got it.
The members ready to vote?
What is there's a housing development Southview down Cold Springs Road, what is that?
I don't know, I can't remember what it's called, but I know that they're building, you know, 3-4 bedroom houses right there in that area.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
And you're also pretty close to Saratoga Lake Golf Club too.
Yes, right, yep, right up the road, so there's tons of things happening, right, in Stillwater, and it is continuing to grow.
Are you in the same parking lot as the stewards?
Yes, we are, we would be leasing the building from Stewart's.
Stewart's moved and left the building?
No, no, they have the Stewart's and they have the gas, portion, and then they have this vacant building a long time ago, I think when I first moved there.
It's a separate building.
Yes, it's a separate building, yep, right on the same property.
Was it an old Stewart's and they rebuilt a new one?
No, I don't know, when I first moved to the area, it was this very small hardware store, and that went out of business, and then they haven't really found, so.
Okay, all right. I don't have any more questions.
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Pan?
Given that you are a significant distance from some of the other stores and there's probably enough special event opportunities in the area that can support another store, so I'm gonna find public convenience an advantage and to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm looking at this sales at other stores. Two closest, the one closest to Carly's, which didn't respond, they were pretty consistent for 17, 18, and 19. They had the 2020 spike, like everybody did, then 2020, then 2021, which it looks like we have full numbers for. They settled out, you know, even better than they ended in 2019. The others, bricks, it looks like 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.8. Looks like they were rising well before 2020 and settled out at 1.7 for 21, so even better than they ended up in 2019. Barrymore's, looks like they're just hovering, but they're the ones that are 5.3 miles away, and the last store didn't respond. So looking at where you are, on the southern, you're on the southeastern corner of Saratoga Lake. I can see all the docks and the piers. I can see the boating community patronizing you during the summer. You're right near Saratoga Lake Golf Club, and I just think that your store meets, without a doubt, the public convenience and advantage standard. So after all that long soliloquy, I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, on the same grounds as Commissioner Fan, though, not what he just said.
He never agrees with me, so.
I'm not picturing any docs here.
Check it out.
Good luck.
And thank you so much.
I do my homework. That's what I do.
No, you got the Google Earth up.
I make maps.
Next item is 531, that's Yi Trading NY.
531.
For the applicant, for the licensee, Mark Cody and Associates by Village Chisari. I also have the licensee with me, Zhang Yi. This is a reconsideration of cancellation order for Co-op Vine. I think I've kind of addressed the scenario in my reconsideration letter. If you would like me to go a little more into it, I'm more than happy to.
No, I mean, I want to make clear, though, that I don't agree with your letter. There's certainly times that this board has given cash penalties for this action, but in my experience here, particularly when I got here, and then several years after that, when you had two family members involved, the normal course of business was to take one store. And the reason for that is because of the seriousness of this violation and the fact that it goes straight to the heart of what the three-tier system is all about, which is so that people remain on an equal footing and that there's a competitive balance. And when you do violations such as co-op buying, you're clearly trying to avoid the competitive balance to try to get an advantage for yourself. We did give a cash fine to his wife's store, is my understanding.
Yes, and we do, and obviously I was there that day for a different one. We do understand, I do, and I've explained to my client, I believe Mr. Mitchell, his prior attorney, explained the seriousness of it. That's why we asked for reconsideration. When he learned of the issue or the problem from Mr. Amarado, that type of conduct did stop.
It stopped when we told him about it.
Yes, and they admitted.
Hey, listen, if the guy came in and reported it to us, there'd be a cash penalty here. But that's not what happened. He stopped because he got caught.
Well, we understand that, and he does. Mr. Lee does understand the seriousness of it. That's why we're back here. And as for the February 2nd, he would have appeared if he had known of to plead his case with his attorney, but he was not informed of that.
Well, I believe that's probably the only reason that the reconsideration was put in front of us was because of that allegation. And I'm assuming it's true. I don't know if it's not.
Yeah, we have no way of knowing that, but to be fair to them, we wanted to give them an opportunity to be heard.
So if you would like, just one other thing I would add other than the letters of support, Mr. Lee, and it's been brought to my attention, had a heart transplant 10 years ago. So this has weighed on him heavily since it was discovered in 19, I believe it was. Discovered in 19. I apologize, I don't know the exact date. Was it?
No, it was
20?
I don't know when it was discovered,
Yeah, no,
but
that's what I'm saying.
he's clearly been doing it
Yes.
well prior to that.
Yes, and again, it's been weighing heavily on him since then. But he would like to explain how he is sorry for his conduct, and it would not occur again, obviously, if he's allowed to retain his license and pay a cash fine. We would ask along the lines of what was imposed on his wife and the other part of this co-op purchasing.
Yeah, after I realized what we did is wrong, we start doing immediately, and we also started take like a small business loan to support him, just avoid doing that happening again. And even after that, we tried to finance that, took more like money into the stores. But unfortunately, when we hear the case, and we just start doing that because we don't know what's going to happen. But definitely, we understand it's a mistake we did, and not going to happen there again. And we have invested everything into the store, and we have personal guarantee for that. So if the store is closed, the house is gone, I mean, it can ruin our whole family. So I just want a chance to give us a chance to make the mistake. And we are very nice to all the customers we have. Sorry.
Members have any other questions, or would you like to vote on reconsideration?
We can vote.
There is an active article in the 78 or not?
Yes, they filed an Article 78 proceeding. One of the allegations in the Article 78 proceeding was that that the principal, who was represented by a different attorney, did not have an opportunity to appear. So rather than just responding to the Article 78 proceeding and defending the board's decision, I thought it appropriate to stay that proceeding and give him an opportunity to appear before the board, so that that issue would be out of the equation.
And obviously, if the board were to reverse its decision, the Article 78 would be discontinued. There'd be no reason to continue with it at that point. Mr. we would take whatever penalty the board found appropriate.
Commissioner Van, granting reconsideration.
Honestly, I really understand the trauma of this. I get it. I really understand it. But you just said that we have personal guarantees against the stores. You're running the stores together, and that is the problem.
Well,
So
I
I can't.
think it might be a language barrier, Mr.
It's not a language barrier, sir. It's just not. I'm Chinese. I think I understand. I'm going to vote no on recon.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote no on reconsideration as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I'm gonna vote no as well. The biggest proponent of us coming down hard on these violations are the liquor store associations. This is the last thing they want, is to be competing with someone when the ground level is not, the level playing field doesn't exist. And I agree with them. So I understand, once again, the stress this has caused you, and I apologize for that, but go back and run the other store as best you can. I mean, that you do have that going for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 509, that's DOLSONTOWN Liquors, Inc. The request for reconsideration.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, what number?
509.
509.
Mayor Corey, to my left is Mr. Dollywall from Dolson Liquors, Inc. We requested a reconsideration on this matter. During the first meeting, we didn't have certain letters from local municipality, town of Warringanda, and another letter from Chairman Gary Lake from the planning board of Walkill. And we felt that if we had these letters the first time with some more information, that the board might have made a different decision on this matter. I know there's opposition here to the board. I know there's reconsideration, so I don't know formality if you want that to go or you want us just keep.
Others, no, we have to vote on the reconsideration first, so you can go.
So after the last meeting, obviously was denied, my clients went back, they gave the news to the local people that they were dealing with. They built this, 15,000 square foot plaza on this new site. Spent a lot of money on developing this site. And so when they went and told them that it was denied for the liquor store, we got a letter from the town supervisor from Warringanda. According to the town supervisor, a couple years ago, there was over 2 liquor stores in this township. One of them left because of extreme traffic control, that it was hard for people to get in and out, and they left. So his recommendation to the letter, which we submitted to the board, just says, he wants this liquor store, he thinks the town needs this liquor store, and it would be a great public convenience and advantage. So just having that letter from the town supervisor was, a big deal to us, because it's very hard in my experience to get letters from town supervisors or people that are in political positions. They also got a letter from Gary Lake, he's a planning board chairman. Again, he was saying he's in full support of it, and he addresses the fact of where the other liquor stores are located, which are in Middletown.
But he's not a planning board member for this particular municipality, though, correct? Right.
He's in Walkill, which is very close to town of Warringanda. I believe the town of Warringanda letter will hold more weight because the town supervisor is the guy who pretty much is the head guy there. It's like saying the mayor of town of Warringanda.
Yep.
And just the fact that there was always 2 stores there in Warringanda, one of them left because of extreme traffic in and out, safety issues.
Right.
So to get a second one in there really doesn't change anything with regards to having 2.
But that wasn't, just to rehash some stuff, that wasn't the only issue with this place. I mean, he has charges from his other licenses that are concerning, at least to me, one of which was availing. I realized it was 12, 14 years ago. But he's also sold cigarettes illegally. On 2 separate occasions, oh no, 1 separate occasion, no, 2 separate occasions. And then none of that, the licenses he had weren't put on the application, his license history.
And none of that was disclosed.
So Chairman Bradley, just with regards to the availing or the selling tobacco, that wasn't him specifically. He had partnerships in those corporations that got in trouble.
Well,
My-
I don't care. I mean, he owns the places. That's, the bottom line is if you're an owner, you're responsible for what happens at the places. And availing, that goes right to the heart of the ownership, doesn't it? I mean,
Of course, I mean, if you're.
you can sit there and blame an employee for selling Lucy's or untaxed cigarettes, but, and I don't know that I believe that either, but the availing goes directly to the ownership.
You can't hide the fact that if you are a partnership in a corporation, obviously you have to take responsibility. He's not saying or denying the responsibility,
But he
at
didn't
least
put it on
shows-
his he didn't put it on his application. To me, that is denying it, or trying to hide it.
And there was nothing done intentional, Chairman. I mean, again, in his mind, he specifically did not do those accusations, but again, it is the corporation that was involved. He does take responsibility. He's not avoiding that.
But it's just, as I was saying, that alone probably wouldn't have been, he could have overcome that. But then we have, 8 stores within 3 miles. I was just pointing out that what you're bringing up, the lack of local support was not the only issue with this application. There were several issues, none of which were helpful to him, other than the new construction. Okay, go ahead. You can continue. I didn't.
We're just, basically the heart of this whole application the first time was we had opposition that stated that they wanted another liquor store. We have a town supervisor pretty much asking to approve the application for a liquor store. He's basically saying that this, town of Wyanda would need, for public convenience and advantage, the liquor store. So we would ask to reconsider, and if there's any extra information that my client can provide, I believe he's more than willing to be forth. So even though the first application didn't have it, it was a miscommunication, it was nothing done intentionally, he wasn't trying to hide anything from the board. We all know the board has special powers and investigative rules, and they'll find out everything anyway, so it wasn't nothing.
I wouldn't call them special powers.
I mean, you guys could look, so he wasn't trying to hide anything from the board, and just.
Any commissioner board has special powers.
So there's nothing.
You didn't put him on there.
And there's more to that first application that maybe I'm not inclined to talk about, but again, he had help filling out the application. I don't think there was no intention of him trying to mislead the board. He specifically is not the one who sold or did any of the wrongdoing, but again, he's not avoiding responsibility. The corporations, the entities itself did get in trouble. He accepts that. He did refill out the information, so that's all. I don't want to reiterate that. But.
Thank you.
So ready to vote on reconsideration?
Yes.
Commissioner Van,
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll vote yes on recon.
and Chairman Bradley.
No. So we are reconsidering it, so let the opposition come up?
Yes.
So now you're all right, come on up. Put your name on the record.
Okay, my name is Roy M. Jacob. I'm the owner of Mountain Liquids, one of the very closest stores in my.
So now we're reconsidering this application, so you need to make the same spiel you made the last time you came in.
Which one was yours, sir?
Mountain Liquids United Mall Corporation.
Oh, got it, okay, thank you.
One of the closest.
Are you in the same shopping center as the other
Yes,
Excelia?
we are across the street.
Okay,
Yeah, Hudson Valley and myself across the
you guys can look at each other with binoculars, you're like, yeah,
I haven't seen
okay.
you through my windows.
Okay, I was gonna say, that's pretty close, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, and the board aware of that, we came last January 19th for the same, and it was denied. And after that, I'm hearing that there is, basically, before I go to the 2 new letters, let me tell you, there is more than enough liquor stores in Middletown. That is one of the 11 liquor stores already there. It is actually saturated. And our business is not going anything up except 2020 because of the special year of the COVID-19. Other than that, especially this month, the last 3 months, I'm even 20% down than 2019, not even 20 or 21, the business-wise. And there's more than enough liquor stores in Middletown already, and the population is not going up. As you can see, it is 28,000 in 2010 and 27,993 in 2019. And maybe another 1,000 goes up right now. It's under 30,000 still. So the population is not going up, and there's enough liquor stores in Middletown already. And there is 2 letters recently submitted for reconsideration. And one is from the BUBBA and town supervisor, I think. And there is two things are not right. It is not true. Maybe he's not aware of it. One is there's already another liquor store. It's already approved on the same day, January 19th, in town of Havana, which is CG's Wine and Liquors, because we came to protest two. One the board approved, one this one denied.
How far away is that from you, the one that's approved?
It is about 7-8 miles away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is...
You were not one of the four closest, but you came to object
I'm not
anyway.
closest, that's why I came for. But the Wavanda is a very small town. Technically, they are saying they are in the town of Wavanda, but it's technically in middle town because it's right in the border. So they're drawing the same people, same customers. And the other thing about the store, which is for grape wines and liquors, they closed down like a few years ago.
Yeah.
It was in town of Wavanda, that's true, but they went out of business not because of the parking or the come in out issue. The issue is there was not enough business to support all these stores. That's because he tried 2-3 years, and I personally talked to him. He said there's not enough business there because right now there's a pool store currently in that place, well running. There's no problem, no issue of coming in and out or anything.
What kind of store? Pool?
Pool supply store.
Oh.
They changed to
Yeah.
pool supply store. The second letter I see from town of Walkville, it says there's a lot of developments came, there's nothing new. It came already years ago, it came. I'm seeing one development new over there, right behind this plaza, 4 acres. You know what it is? It's a solar panels. I don't think solar panels is going to bring any business on one side is the airport. That's what I'm seeing it. So basically there is no growing, nothing new there. Already the existing stores are struggling. And the public convenience or advantage is not being served for allowing another liquor store in the same location which have enough liquor store and which myself and the other store is in a shopping center with the supermarkets and everything. We offer one-stop shopping. Also, we are delivering. We have all delivery services like DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grizzly.
So you use all those services for delivery?
Yes, we are using all those services for delivering too. So I humbly request to the board to, there's no public convenience or advantages not being served, please deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The border, it's like, again, it's not actually as much as two separate communities as you might think if you don't look at a map. It looks like the border goes pretty much along DOLSONTOWN Road, maybe a little bit south of that.
It's the same community. It's just a mile away from my store and that store.
Yep.
The new, and also from Pennsylvania. There's 8 liquor stores in the 3-mile radius, 8 liquor stores.
All right. You're Mr.
My name is William Jacob.
Jacob, yes, okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
My name is Kavini Patel. I'm from the Hudson Valley Wines and Liquors in Middletown, New York. And I'm one of the closest approximately stores for the proposed application. And I think whatever I just said previously, I have similar, almost same points. That we are one-stop convenience store, stop shop liquor store in ShopRite Plaza. We also provide all the delivery services, which is convenient for the customers. I don't think the town of Avienda has changed a lot demographically. All the population is almost the same. So again, I'm humbly requesting the town, please do not approve this license because I feel that it doesn't serve any more convenience to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Were you here last time as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Alonso. I'm the owner of Anton's Wine and Liquor, 360 Route 211, Middletown, New York. And I was also here previously for the hearing.
And you're not one of the 4 closest?
No, sir.
I do remember you speaking before.
Okay. Proceed?
What's that?
Should I proceed?
Yeah.
I won't go through, reiterate what the prior owner stated. I'm just in full agreement with what they testified to, and that being the current situation.
How far are you about, do you know?
Leaving them about 3.5 miles over on 211. Can I address the letters that were handed in?
Sure.
I was looking at the attorney's letter that was submitted, and one sentence in the midway through says, members of the community
have also come forward in support of this application after learning it was denied. I haven't heard any support of that statement that's in the letter. I don't know if he's filed letters from people in the community. It was mentioned in the letter, but I haven't heard any mention of who these people were.
No, there is no letters other than what he gave.
The only other thing I would add, there was an approval of CJS Liquors, but there's also Shamrock Liquors, which is right next to Minnesink High School. So that's been in operation for quite a few years already. And then we just recently approved the second one. So Way On, it does have the 2 stores. And then the town of Way On, the letter, the other liquor stores in the area or in shopping centers will not be impacted by approval of this location. I just feel that's a little bit of conjecture on the person's part from the town of Way On. They don't indicate any studies or anything like that that would show whether competition or anything of that nature would be increased or decreased. So it's kind of a gratuitous statement, just kind of like thrown in there. I don't feel there's any backing to justify including that statement. Other than that, I'm almost positive the other stores also offer. I do a lot of deliveries every day through Drizzly, through my own app, through my own website. There is no one underserved in the community of Wayando and Middletown. I deliver everywhere. I have about a 10 to 15 mile circumference from my store, and I'm in my truck a lot of the day, just making deliveries to people. So if anyone needs anything from a liquor or wine shop, they certainly have ways to get it to them without having to physically come in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, just in response to the first opposition, you were stating that the one liquor store closed because there was no business. If the letter from the supervisor stating that it was difficult for people coming in and out, of course there'll be less business for people to go there if it's that difficult. Hence, maybe that's why we couldn't succeed. But according to my knowledge, Dolson Avenue does not have any liquor stores on that road. And the letter of support from the town supervisor who runs that township specifically stated that it would be a public facing advantage, that the town needs that liquor store would help because the other liquor stores are on the other side of town. And even though the planning board chairman is in the town of Walker, which is close by, he does acknowledge the developments and construction that's going on in the surrounding areas. I think we hit down the first meeting that we were talking about, which had 6 complexes expanding at a rapid pace. We had Rolling Meadows, Regency Club, Maple Fields, and from 2000 to 2020, I hate going into demographics because council's probably going to talk about percentages again, but it did have a 10.6% upswing with regards to population. Now I know that's from 2000 to 2020. That was population. That was 2020 census. So we can't deny, that area of Orange County the population has increased, regardless of whatever the percentages, it is growing. The biggest key I could say for public convenience and advantage to the board is the town supervisor's letter, which was, to me, that was the deciding factor to help them for the reconsideration application. I mean, you have the town supervisor basically saying, the town would need this, it would help the people who come in the community. You have this beautiful 15,000 square foot plaza that's going to have different stores. So people can go to that location, get their nails done, get gas, get a bottle of wine, whatever it is. So the public convenience advantage is the key. I know opposition is going to say, well, there's a bunch of liquor stores, but that's Middletown. And Dolson Avenue itself has no liquor stores on Dolson Avenue. And so for people to come to this plaza and to do numerous things and get things done and get gas, and so it would definitely, our argument is the convenience advantage is there. And so that's
Why do you need the $2.5 million loan? What is that for?
They built the plaza. That was the $2.5 million loan was for the whole plaza.
For the whole plaza?
Correct.
Okay.
So
But it's not his.
But it's not
He's
his.
a part owner of the actual
Plaza.
of the plaza, yeah. So it was a gas station.
Oh, so the landlord's actually owning the store too? Or is he owning the store?
He's owning the store
Right.
separate from the landlord.
Okay.
It's got 10.
But he's one of the landlords.
He's
He's an investor in the development, and he's owning the liquor store in the development.
Correct, but the liquor store
Okay.
is just separate for him.
I understand.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's a 10 storefront, brand new construction that they took out the loan for.
And then is there a residential part of this development, or is it all commercial?
There's no residential, right? Just commercial stores. Just all commercial, and there was also a gas station part of it. I believe there's 80% of those stores are rented, but there's a couple of units that are still empty.
I understand.
I was gonna ask because I remember seeing a picture and it looked like a brand new building.
It is.
And I was can't find it right now, but I thought it was like, looks like there was windows above. Is that just a facade or something like that, or?
There's no second floor, correct? It's just windows.
All right.
It's just for facade.
Okay, all right. Well, it looks nice and all, but I just wondered what it was. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Pan?
I voted to support this last time, so I'll vote to support again.
Commissioner Ford?
You know, we denied another store which was brought up. But that was on the other side of 17, I believe, about 4 miles to the east. And from looking at the numbers from the other stores, closest one was rising, Azalea was rising prior to 2020, then dropped a little bit lower than what it had been doing previous to that in 2021. United was 17 to 19, about the same, had a 2020 spike, and then 2021 they went lower. Next one was up and down, never really doing huge numbers. The other one pretty much the same as the other. So I am still going to vote I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I see some small part of convenience, but I just don't see enough given that there's 11 stores within this small area, and the population has gone up, but it's gone up a small percentage. Their sales don't indicate that there's a growing demand, and you have these two stores literally just over a mile away on both sides of the road. So I just don't see any convenience or enough convenience to support it, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank you.
Next is number 500. That's MICHELE PIZZERIA.
Good morning, everybody. Robert Romano here. I'm with Francisco Simoni, who's the one of the proprietors of MICHELE PIZZERIA de Michele NYC LLC. I've got,
You said 500?
Mr. Simoni, well over the last 6 to 9 months. We have gone before Community Board 2, received full approval, unanimous approval. Actually, they welcomed him into the neighborhood, and I believe there was an issue that the administrative law judge had with the seating. I recently submitted
the administrative law judge, I don't think had an issue with the seating. They had an issue with the contradictions in the seating.
Right.
Which I have to acknowledge was mind-numbing to me to go through this paperwork, because it appeared to be there were 3 different numbers floating around.
Correct, and that's why it could be submitted and amended. What happened was the architects kept changing seats on us.
So how many seats are there?
There will be 200, total occupancy, they expect to be 224, 174 seats, 50 tables, 30 seats at the bar, 4 bathrooms. There are 2 customer bars. We added what's called a service bar, just in case it will be pastries and desserts, but it looks similar to a bar. It's not likely it will be actually used as for alcohol, but in case for dessert, wines, or it would be for service only. This premise is almost ready to open. A significant amount of money has been expended. Also, the administrative law judge calculated 70 employees. There'll be a total of 70 employees, but only 15 to 17 at any given time will be working.
So sorry, give me the numbers again. It's 174 seating,
174 seats,
and then how many seats at the bar?
30 at the bar.
30 at the bar. Okay, because I'm just trying to work off of what you're different from what the community board understood. So that's 13 more seats. How many bathrooms?
4 bathrooms.
4 bathrooms, but then somehow they think there are 6 bathrooms?
No, it's actually 4 bathroom and.
It's 4 unisex single stalls?
Yes, I mean, it's actually both genders.
Yes.
The other things that I find important, I believe you might find it important as well. Our concept as a saloon area basically is where you do cheese and meat. So the seats at one of the long bar, it actually does not serve alcohol at all. So it's the service bar. So that one is where we do cheese and meats, sliced cheese and meat. So I just want to make sure because I know how important it is.
We wanted to.
Okay. 4 is enough bathroom, right?
And I can tell you personally, I went to his location in California this last week. It is impeccably run, staff, very professional restaurant,
All right.
higher end restaurant. And,
All right, I'm ready to vote. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yep. So I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m., Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m., recorded music only, no outdoor seating, sidewalk cafe, if you were to have one, closes by 11, no open doors, or no, or window, you have windows? Yeah, that, yeah, okay. Wait, I said recorded music only, but you want live music?
I don't need.
You don't need to, all right, so recorded music only, no promoters, no security guards, manager as needed.
Could you just clarify, because you said no outdoor seating, but there is sidewalk seating?
Well, no outdoor seating, but if you are entitled to one under open table, then I think you can have that. That's open until 11.
Oh, the community board didn't approve the sidewalk cafe?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, there's an official sidewalk
We have a
cafe.
sidewalk cafe, and it's actually a significant number of seats. It's 34 seats and 17 tables.
Not open tables.
I don't know, it seems like it says both here. Will not operate backyard garden or outdoor area for commercial purposes except for licensed sidewalk located immediately adjacent to a storefront. Okay, so 17 tables, 34 patron seats outside is allowed. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I misread this. Okay. No bottle service, whatever, all the steps, you know. All right, thanks. I'm sorry you ended up here.
Without reiterating everything that Commissioner Fan just listed, I vote to approve under the same stipulations.
I vote to approve under the same stipulations as well. And they should, I'm assuming you copied the community board stipulations,
Yes.
so if there is a contradiction, I don't know, you would know it, right?
You know, they actually said live music occasionally, and he just said he only wanted recorded music, so I gave him recorded music.
That's fine, we can stick with that.
He asked for acoustic only. If you agree to the community board, they agree to acoustic. And also with regard to the hours, we did get approval for 2 a.m. 7 days a week, which could give us a little more.
I thought it says 1 a.m., that's what it says.
1 a.m. is perfect.
Okay.
1 a.m. is perfect. And also, thank you.
No.
It's been a pleasure.
I know whether it's recorded or live, we just don't need to make noise.
Yeah.
You know, we understand.
No, I'm not worried about you.
We understand the community. I'm a father of a 5 months old, so.
Oh, good.
So you don't sleep a lot.
I don't sleep. I miss them, so.
If the community board said you could have acoustic live music, that's fine with us.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
All
fine,
right, so
Tom.
Tom, live acoustic music.
Yeah, give him live.
Mr. Romano, I would just ask, the application came in with one set of numbers. You got the report from the ALJ, which made it clear that the numbers are off. Don't wait until the board meeting to fix it.
I only got the revised numbers recently. As soon as I got them, literally the same day.
Okay, but you knew after the ALJ report that there was a problem.
I know, but I only received them.
But you got, at some point you got different numbers, right, from the start.
Right.
in the application and then the 500-foot report. So right there, you knew there was a problem. And then nothing was done until now. That's my point, is that some issues could have been resolved, and maybe this didn't have to.
And the reason he's saying that is because it didn't have to, well, I guess it probably would have, no, it didn't have to come here, because the community board stipulated everything, so.
Yeah.
That's why, that's the main reason, is you gave different numbers to the ALJ than you gave to licensing.
All right, thank you.
All right, awesome.
Thank you, good luck.
We appreciate it. Good to see you.
No, I just need to.
We're gonna take a brief recess, we'll be back on record.
And then when we go to the city, I think we need to go to 555 first. Right?
Alright, so we're back on the record after a brief recess. We're gonna move on to the New York City office. Just a reminder that the next meeting dates are March 30th and April 27th. April 12th canceled due to schedule conflicts that have led to a lack of quorum on that day. Please silence your mobile phones while in the meeting room. Take any phone calls or conversations outside. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Presentation time will be limited to 5 minutes per side. If there's support and opposition, please split the 5 minutes amongst yourselves. So the first item in New York City is
You don't have to do the whole thing on me.
Oh, I'm sure, okay, good.
Next item is 555, that's PONPON Wines and LLC. It's a request for reconsideration.
Oh, I see, this is recon, okay. Yeah, you can.
Thank you very much. This is a reconsideration on behalf of PONPON Wines. I'm Elke Hoffman. With me is Antonin Bonnet, the applicant, as well as a representative from Brookfield, Kevin. We've requested reconsideration. I think a couple of things that are sort of different. This applicant appeared in September, at December 15th, hearing of the full board to open a boutique store in One Blue Slip in the northern Greenpoint, the waterfront development in Greenpoint. Even since then, a couple more of the residential buildings have opened up, so the number of residences has already increased. And I will defer briefly already to Kevin, who can fill you in on the scope of the Blue Slip development, which is, the store is the only store that would be located within the actual development.
Sure. So just quickly to describe our development in Greenpoint, it's really an extension of the community. It was rezoned several years ago for 5,500 residential units. Over the past few years, we've opened 2 buildings, and we have 2 more underway that are actually opening in the next few months. So across those 4 towers on the waterfront, there will be 2,000 units. Our partner, Park Tower Group, owns the balance of the sites and actually has 1,000 units actually open or under construction. So in aggregate, we control 3,000 units across our properties. And then there's 2 additional properties under construction now, 77 commercial and 1 Java, that have 1,500 units across those projects. So I was just with the new city councilman yesterday, and he was mentioning that this is one of the fastest growing neighborhoods in the city. As we mentioned, as we developed this community, we really saw a need for a wine store, and this is the only one we plan across the master plan complex. So,
who's the council member?
It used to be Steve Levin's site, and now it's Lincoln Wrestler.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But you were talking to Steve Levin or the current councilman?
So Steve Levin he's out of office now, but yesterday we were with Lincoln Wrestler and his chief of staff touring the site.
What about Emily Gallagher?
And so you know, Steve Levin also supported us, so that's why you have the letter in the package. And as far as Emily Gallagher, I met with her a few times, and she said I could quote her. She supports the stores, and she said in New York.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And she said in New York State, Assembly District number 50, the one she's in charge of, is the fastest growing by population above Hudson Yard in all New York State. So by far. So much so that next year, and she said I could use that, next year they'll be losing the south of the Assembly District because now they're too big. They're gaining too much population. And this information is actually easy to find also on the New York City Department of Planning, I believe, Department of City Planning. Yes. So I met with them. They support not only council member, the former one, and the assemblywoman.
I think after the meeting, Antonin found that the city planning, which showed that in this particular district between 2010 and 2020, a 58% population increase just in this particular stretch of northern Greenpoint. I think also after the last hearing, the public officials sort of expressed support and confirmed the population growth in this area. The applicant met with a number of residents. There are, 180 pages of signatures and petitions from residents, many of which are in one blue slip directly. The North Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce has confirmed that this is in the public interest and supports this application. And in part, the politicians have also, elected officials have also supported him because of the particular model. The selection of products in this particular store is different than any of the stores in the area. The new store that you had previously approved is a mainstream store, and even that is 1,400 feet walking distance away. So the closest store is still 1,100 feet as the crow flies, 1,400 feet away, and that's a mainstream package store. Antonin plans to support New York State products. It's artisanal products, and that's one of the factors. Stephen Levin's letter of support also focused on the selection as part of the convenience and advantage. So not only is this literally one of the fastest growing areas in the state.
The fastest.
The fastest.
The fastest.
in the state with this is the only store within the development, the large blue slip development, and it's serving products that are not readily available in the area.
Yeah, and I will add our tenants have really taken well to Antonin's product and are strongly desiring another wine shop within the master plan.
Is there a boardwalk sort of on the waterfront there, or
there's
no boardwalk? Are you inside of a building?
There's a border walk, so there's like a little promenade by the water, and then in front of the store there's no boardwalk. It's the same. How do you call that?
It's a cul-de-sac, so it's essentially a turnaround that drops off at the building, and so PONPON would be adjacent to the lobby of the building.
Yeah.
Right, but your store open out to the street, or you open into the building?
It's open out to the street.
To the street.
Adjacent to the lobby.
Yeah, directly, and I would just say as well that we collected 542 signatures, petitions from residents, people above us, basically, because within 600 feet radius around us, we have over 5,000 units, as we just said. I have some more developments outside of Park Tower and Brookfield. There is also a couple of buildings from Clipper Equity, another 298 units on 87 commercial. On 77 commercial, there's 222 units. So there's a lot more. There's also a joint venture with Rockefeller. I mean, this place is really booming, and we have the numbers, we have the support, and I hope that this time we were able to demonstrate it to you, because I picked this location really based on SLA guidelines. I mean, I've been in the industry for 10 years, so when I looked at the place, I didn't go with my guts. I actually looked at the map, and I looked at where the population was growing, and I looked at where I was living, because I'm only 8 minutes away by bike. So this is why this space is so important for me, because it goes with the SLA guidelines, I think. That's all.
Thank you.
Ready to vote on reconsideration?
Yes.
I'll vote yes.
I'll vote yes to reconsideration.
And Chairman Brown.
I'm voting no. I didn't hear anything that I hadn't considered previously.
All right. So reconsideration's been granted. If the opposition can come up and I believe there's opposition there, right?
Oh. Good morning, all. I'm Shiv Kumar Gadwani with Blue Slip Wine and Liquors. I'm the nearest store to the applicant. It's about like a 5-minute walk from them. We're one of the larger stores in North Greenpoint. So with the booming development that's going on over there, we're able to support that because we have a sizable store along with a a very sizable basement to store products. We received our license on 12/14, and we started to get our inventory in about 2 afterwards. And we're just coming up on 2 complete months of business, so we can't really work out a trend with just 2 months and building out a brand new store and receiving inventory all simultaneously. Again, I'd like to reiterate that we are only a 5-minute walk away from the BlueSlip development. We did spend time searching prior to submitting the application as to what is going to be the wanted products in Greenpoint. And we understand that it is the biodynamics and it's the all natural wines, which is one of our main focus at BlueSlip Wines. And just to also reiterate that we also offer the delivery wine tasting, and we're, I believe, the only one that has a wine temperature controlled room as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Vikram Singh, Brooklyn Fine Wines. Even though I'm not one of the closest 4 stores, we just had a store in Greenpoint open up a couple of months ago. And honestly, I wasn't here because I didn't think that store being so close to Wine Story would ever get approved. So I let it be.
Which one was that?
The
Which
one
are
that
you
just
referring
got
to?
approved. BlueSlip Wines.
All right.
Yeah, so basically you guys just approved that one. A stone throw. I think one of the comments during the hearing was that it was a chip or putt away from Wine Story. And now we have BlueSlip, which is, yes, it's in the BlueSlip technically of the development, a little bit farther away, but it's another store in Greenpoint. I opened up in 2020 and in the middle of the pandemic.
What's the name of your store? Vine Story?
No, I'm not Brooklyn Fine Wines. I'm on McGinnis Boulevard. But most of our business at this point I developed during COVID was deliveries. And we make a lot of deliveries to Blue Point and to the BlueSlip region. And a lot of my business depended on that because there was no walking traffic during COVID. And so McGinnis was quiet. My building was quiet. And a lot of the developers come through is supporting my business. And yes, we already have 1 store in that neighborhood now. And I get they have a great application, but there's another store. There'll be another store taking away from what I'm trying to build. And I've been there for a year and a half, and it's been a struggle.
And you opened your store? You opened your store new, or you bought another one?
No, I opened it new, and it was in 2020. It was in the auto building on McGinnis. So yes, we're not the closest, but like I said, a lot of my business is deliveries, and which everybody does now. Everybody has an app. Everybody has Drizzly. Everybody has a guy on a scooter running and making deliveries all day, and it's just how much more people can you compete with? Yes. That's where the
wonderful, but the deliveries are wonderful, but that still doesn't quite compare to just walking by a place and saying, "Hey, since I'm here, going in." So,
which was the biggest problem during COVID because there weren't people walking around, and I started my business just on deliveries because people weren't walking during that 2020. People have slowly started to come out over the last year, but I never saw a spike. I didn't see that 2020 spike that everybody else got, and I'm just slowly developing a customer base. And my business primarily at this point is deliveries.
Yeah,
and it's
we'll
going
have
to
your
hurt.
numbers. So we'll have to take your word for it.
Hi, my name's Lily Peachin. I founded Dandelion Wine in 2008, and we also do deliveries in the neighborhood. But we rely mostly on walk-ins, and the location of One BlueSlip is really at the very end of Greenpoint. And people are going to have to walk by either BlueSlip Wines or Dandelion or Wine Story to get home. So, I mean, there are, unless they have helicopters or something, I don't know, there's just so much. It's a point. Greenpoint is a point, and the real issue here is timing. I mean, BlueSlip just opened in December, so we really have very little information thus far. And so far, since
So can I ask you a question? I'm not following what you're saying. So you're saying that where this new store would be is not really convenient to the rest of the community. It's only convenient to the people in those buildings.
That's true.
That's why I need it. That's
Oh.
why I need it.
Which is the argument.
All right, thank you. Continue, I'm sorry.
I mean, the only other thing I'd like to add is that our sales are down since the opening of Blue Slip. It's only been 3 months, but we're down 16%. And I think I sent a letter with those sales numbers.
Yeah, we received it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just to show you how popular this location is, I now recognize you. Based on the amount of times you've been in here.
Yes, I'm here a lot.
Just for the record, I checked, the Blue Slip Wine and Liquor Store that was already approved, their application was stamped on March 9th, 2021. Pon Wine's application was stamped on March 16th, 2021, a week later.
Yeah, they were on at the same time.
Yeah, and Blue Slip Wine and Liquor came to the board a month before Pon Wines and was approved. So this is an unusually close in time pair of stores.
No, it happens.
We had it within days of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think a couple of points. I mean, one Blue Slip, despite the name, is actually a fair amount away from Blue Slip, and it is a mainstream store. And aside from
Ms. Hoffman, you keep saying that it's a fair amount. How, in your estimation, how long would it take you to walk from this location to Blue Slip?
And in fact, Anthony will tell you right now, I would say 15 minutes when the construction's done, but it's actually further now.
Yeah, because you have both Commercial Street and DuPont Street. They actually have
15 minutes? How fast do you walk?
I'm a fast
It's
walker.
It's less than a quarter mile away.
You have to walk down through the development. Look, it's 1,100 feet as the crow flies. 1,400 feet walking distance. That's not.
Well, and
All right, go ahead.
And some of the letters of support from the petitions, were some of the residents were quoted. The closest boutique store is Dandelion Wines, which does not in fact carry any spirits and is even further. So Blue Slip is by definition, and when they came before you, they conceded they were just a mainstream store doing mainstream products. The only boutique store is the store that Ms. Peachin founded and manages, although she owns another store that is in a similar development in another part of Williamsburg. Which, yes, she divested ownership. She manages this one, but it was a very similar situation where she was approved because she was the only store within the Domino project, and it was convenient to those residents, and it was a large number of residents, and it's a very analogous situation. But the only other boutique store in the area is Dandelion Wines, and that's a wine-only store. There's nowhere in the area that gets these like local New York State distilled products.
No, and the same for small batch wines. I mean, what has changed, I can tell you, Chairman, to answer your questions, is 3 more towers that have opened or that are opening at the moment. So that's something that is, it's only mathematics, basically, is new units being in the market, 92% occupancy rate. I don't mind.
Sir, we've heard that, and I have to be honest with you, and I voted no, and I'm last time, because we heard this exact same argument about these towers when Blue Slip got approved. I mean, the exact same thing, and that's why it got approved unanimously.
I understand, Chairman, but what I'm trying to say,
wasn't
you have,
voted against.
Commissioner Ford voted against.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it was not unanimous. I stand corrected.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, Blue Slip Wine and Spirits is on Manhattan Avenue. It's not in the center of the Blue Slip development. They have a confusing name, that is for sure, but I'm in the middle of it. In the middle of the 11 towers, because we're talking about numbers, I can talk about numbers. We mentioned 5,500 units when it will be completed. Everyone will get busy. What I need, and to go back to Ms. Peachin words, I only need that development. I don't need their clientele all the way to Manhattan Avenue or to Franklin. What I want, and again, I'm a very small boutique store, just above 500 square feet. I'm very small. I'll be devoted to small batch spirits, to biodynamic and natural wines. This is my selection. This is my knowledge. This is all I know. And this is all my life savings that I've invested in this project to be able to open a store after working in New York City as a salesman for wine for 12 years and having a winemaker diploma. So this is my Hail Mary pass, really. I just need the people in the development. If you want me to put it in writing, I'll put it in writing. What I need is this. And when you have, let's say you have 2 people per apartment, then you have 10,000 people around in the 600 radius. This is new, Chairman. I'm sorry to tell you, but this is exactly what we're telling you. In the last 6 months, there was way more people coming in. And I can tell you that every day because I'm at the store every day.
As I said, we're fully aware of this development. It's been presented to us previously, and we know how many people are there based on your prior submissions as well as the other store submissions. We're not doubting that there are people that move there. That's why there's a new store there.
I understand, Chairman, but do you think people are walking in New York City? I mean, I'm asking you, do you think that people are walking 1,400 feet to go to a store? I mean, even without constructions, because there are construction on Commercial and DuPont, and this is only going to last 2 years, but that's 2 years. Do you think people are walking that far to get to have, their rosé on the deck of the one blue slip? I don't think so, because I know that. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the 542 petitions from residents, and 99% of them are from the buildings, and I stand outside, asking them to give me the feedback, that's what they're saying. You also have the small businesses around me, the 13 business owners around me in the next 3 blocks that are telling you really clearly in their letters that there is a need for me. Now you have 2 Chamber of Commerce, Northern Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce and Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. They're telling you the same thing. You have Emily Gallagher, she's telling you the same thing. And you have
But
both,
I understand they're all telling it, but we also have to follow the law here. And as we interpret the law. And so the chamber may not be worrying about whether I have to follow the law or not. So while their letters are welcome and encouraged, there's a big difference.
I understand, but what they're telling you, and the only way I'm using them is to show you that this is the dynamic. Elke say one of the most, no, it's by far the most dynamic, and we can go back to the census. I have some of the parcels, I can actually show you. It's outstanding, it's crazy the number of people that are moving there. So there is enough business for the 3 of us. And that was a store on McGuinness, I don't know where it is, it's too far away. But what I'm saying is, I just need to develop that part. That's it.
I would just add.
Oh yeah, hold on. Ms. Hoffman, you have about 20 seconds left.
All right, I'll let Kevin speak.
I just like to add, we are at a really unique point in Greenpoint where some of the residents might not be picked up in these census data. We are opening 1,200 units literally within the next 6 months. And our partner is building a 400 unit building across the street, as well as a 300 unit building, which is opening next year. So we are at a really important inflection point at Greenpoint.
And Chairman, to their point, over there in Blue Slip, even though they're not on Blue Slip, they're on Manhattan, they have also more buildings coming up. So
Okay, thank you.
You ready to vote on the application?
Yes.
Commissioner Pan?
Unless they have questions, I'm ready.
No.
I voted to support this last time. I know the area really well. I used to work in Senator Squadron's office, so our office was hugely involved in the development of this whole area. I do believe there is public convenience advantage. The landlord has made a lot of effort to show up here. They've given a lot of resources to support this application. That means a lot to me, that they showed up the first time, the second time, and the third time. And I think the people in the building want it. We've seen the letters. They are in a Greenpoint, they are in a corner, so they're really not really looking to perhaps serve the rest of Williamsburg or Greenpoint. They're really trying to serve the people that live in that building. And we see that in the evidence. I don't really see how that could not be public convenience advantage. I think the paperwork proves it, so I'm going to vote to support again.
Commissioner Ford?
I would love to say yes, but again, a store just opened that we just licensed. That's so close.
I'm 500.
Sir, please, sir.
Yeah, well, so I'm going to vote to deny again, as I did before.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I see this being convenient for a small select group of people in Williamsburg, or Greenpoint. But I really think the store we put there before is more convenient based on where it's located. It is literally a 5-minute walk from these buildings And as the owner of Dandelion pointed out, anybody that's walking towards that point not only has to pass her store, but has to pass 2 other stores
There's no
to move into that direction. So I'm gonna vote to deny as well. And, you know, the bottom line is, I'm not saying that a new store would never be there, given when we see the results of the one we just put there, and you're obviously a very qualified applicant, but as Commissioner Ford stated, we put this store there as a result of that development. And that was why it was denied the first time, and that's why I'm voting to deny now.
Chairman, one last question. How long then? How long should I come back?
We have to see a couple years of his sales.
But he's not in the development.
Sorry,
He's on
the members have voted on your application, and we have to move on. Next number is 495. That's Brooklyn Food and Arts LLC, and Great Performances / Artists.
495, you said?
495.
He already determined he was going to. I would rather not done that. Did he already say he was going to say no on that?
No.
Last week, no.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Good morning, members. May I proceed?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Max Bookman, Pizzetzky and Bookman for the licensee. To my left is Liz Newmark. She is the owner and founder of Great Performances. Great Performances is New York's premier catering and hospitality management company. They have 13 active liquor licenses with the authority, several inactives as well, and more on the way. Their business is almost exclusively as an F&B manager for cultural institutions. I think some of the highlights are Asia Society on Park Avenue, the Apollo Theater, the Wallman Rink in Central Park, which you just licensed, Brooklyn Academy of Music, better known as BAM, Jazz at Lincoln Center. The license here is at Brooklyn Museum, another well-known important cultural institution where they are the exclusive food and beverage manager. The charges that are before you in the notice of pleading stem from an October 2019 inspection by Investigator Stravali. As the investigator noted in his report, the majority of the violations that were observed were life and safety issues. Immediately after the investigation, our firm was retained to represent Great Performances. Great Performances worked promptly with the Brooklyn Museum, which is responsible for a number of those violations, for curing a number of those violations to make sure they were cured. We, in turn, worked swiftly with Investigator Stravali to demonstrate proof that those violations were cured. As we state in our conditional no contest offer, Great Performances has not catered public events that are not compliant with their method of operation. And another final and important point is that as part of our remedial plan, even in advance of submitting this conditional no contest offer, Great Performances filed an application to add Brooklyn Museum as a co-licensee on this license so that there's a direct regulatory nexus between the authority and Brooklyn Museum. There's direct accountability as well. The status of that application is that it was denied without prejudice pursuant to Bulletin 580, whatever, and will, presuming that this conditional no contest offer is accepted, we will move to...
Mr. Bookman, 589 for your future reference.
Thank you, 589, thank you, Chairman. It's the only bulletin that ever matters, so... So in any event, assuming these charges are resolved, we would move swiftly to reactivate that application and presumably that application.
Can we make sure that application comes to the board, Tom? Because the one thing that has become abundantly clear in reading all this material regarding this case is that these people, either the licensee or the Brooklyn Museum, have absolutely no clue what their method of operation is supposed to be.
Right.
No clue.
I mean, would you like me to address that, Chairman?
No.
No.
But the museum is not there. Your client is Great Performances.
Right now, yes, that's correct, Commissioner Fan. The only license
who's the other?
currently...
Is that your associate? Who's the other man that's...
That's Mr. Dorn. That's my associate. He'll be up for the next case.
Okay.
Members ready to vote? Any more questions?
Yes.
Yep.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
But letter of explanation is incredible, no recent history. I'll accept as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Thank you, members.
You're welcome.
Next is 558, that's East End Wine and Liquors Inc.
$558.
Good morning. As Max just introduced me, I'm Phil Dorn with Pizzzersky and Bookman. Max is with me as well. And with me is Vinny Minhas, who is the owner of the applicant entity, East End Wine and Liquors. Today I'd like to discuss 3 points, 3 different topics. First, what this application is and why it's in front of you. Second, why the members should approve this application. And third, how we respond to any objections.
Yeah. All right. I know I can't do it though. I know what. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, I'll be as succinct as possible.
Good.
So our client is purchasing an existing liquor store that's located on the southwest corner of 88th and 2nd Ave on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. That store has been around for over 30 years. And when Vinny bought it, he was on notice that the building was to undergo demolition shortly. And as a result, he's looking to move up the block just 5 buildings north. That transfer application has been conditionally approved. However, it's the subsequent removal application that brings us before you today. As the members are aware, you have delegated the authority to licensing to administratively approve removal applications so long as the square footage of the new store has not increased by 25% or more. The store isn't moving greater than 400 feet away, and the 4 closest stores remain the same. Those first 2 prongs, the size and distance, are met. However, 3 of the 4 closest stores remain the same, but not all 4, and that's why we are before you. To my second point, why this application should be approved, we believe the application is clearly in the public convenience and advantage because it will preserve the service that the current store has provided to the neighborhood for over 3 decades now, and a service that would otherwise be removed due to the demolition that is forthcoming. But for this demolition, the applicant would be remaining in that same location. However, that's just not a possibility. And since this location change is happening, Vinny will be taking the opportunity to give the store a much-needed facelift that includes a website as well as educational classes, bringing in a sommelier to do tastings, etc. Vinny is a qualified applicant who has spent the last 5 to 6 years working at his father-in-law's store in Connecticut, gaining a lot of experience in the liquor store world. His experience at that store was actually the incubator for this venture today. And lastly, to address the objections that we received, there was just one objection letter that we felt was a little misunderstood because the objection, which came from not one of the 4 closest stores at all, seemed to believe that this was an application for a new store that would further saturate the neighborhood. However, the objection was clearly misunderstood, not understanding that this would be replacing the current store on the corner of 88th and 2nd. So with that, I will leave it to you folks. Any questions?
And Mark Massimi is the manager?
He is the sommelier and the assistant manager. Vinny will be managing the day-to-day.
Is there any? Is the opposition here, by the way?
1 second, I think. Is there opposition? I believe they actually signed in for East End Wine and Liquors Inc.
You don't want to say anything?
Sign in.
He doesn't want to say anything.
Oh.
Well, have him come up because I want him to make sure that he I think the representative is correct that there's a misunderstanding here.
Put your name on the record.
Sure. Hi, my name is Carlos Escudero. I'm not one of the. I'm one of the closest 4 stores, but I didn't submit a letter of opposition.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay.
Which one is your store?
Liquor on Triage Wine and Whiskey on 2nd Avenue, sorry, 1st Avenue, 86th and 1st, 1657 1st Avenue.
You're talking about the one that
No,
thinks
that's
this is a new store.
So you want, so I realize you didn't submit a letter, but you realize this isn't a new store. We're just moving a store that's already there, and it's actually going to be smaller.
Yes, I totally understand, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't submit this letter of opposition.
All right.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Approved.
And Chairman Rather.
I'll vote to approve.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next is 518, that's Saxon and, 316 Bowery LLC.
So we're here for this matter for a notice of pleading that was received on January 8th, 2020. We submitted a conditional no contest offer on February 25th, 2022 to accept cancellation. Our client will no longer be is no longer in business and will not be opening.
All right, cancel and bond.
Mr. Bookman, are you riding shotgun here? Is he new to the firm?
I'm just here in case anything goes wrong. Today is actually Mr. Doran's 1-year anniversary with our firm, so we thought we'd take the training wheels off.
I think he's ready to fly solo myself.
Yeah, I think he's doing well. Congratulations, you're a good teacher.
Now, ask your father when your training wheels are coming off.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they'll never be off.
Only kidding you, Mr. Bookman. You know
that hurts. Ouch.
Then we can ask Mr. Pizzetti when Rob's training you.
I'll make sure to tell my therapist that.
Accept.
Yes, I vote to accept as well.
Thank you all very much.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank
Next
you.
is 527, that's Red's Wine and Spirits LLC.
Sorry, which
Good
one?
afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
527.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Vivian Tozaki on behalf of Red's Wine and Spirit LLC. The applicant is here, Alex Lishu, and also we have protesters here, so I'll let them go first.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Jay Yu. I'm the representative, and Mrs. Chung is the owner of Ellen Corp. Ellen Corp is one of the closest liquor store, which is currently about 4 blocks away. And after the Red Wine and Spirit LLC moved to 7516, the distance is about 3 blocks away. I don't see the public benefits and advantages by moving too close to the existing liquor stores because I don't see the urgency to move to the new locations. But they just want to have the compete against the other liquor stores by increasing the size of the liquor store and then relocating close to the supermarket. And Ellen Corp, there are some customers who come and shop at the supermarket comes to the Ellen Corp, and they also shop the wine and liquor at the location. Also, there are 8 liquor stores within 4 miles in radius, and these 8 liquor stores supports community more than enough. And the Ellen Corp sales is staggering for last 4 years. It's a little bit increased, but it's not significant. If they move to the new location, and then it will impact negatively to the sales of the current liquor stores.
They are.
Yes.
They're only moving a block. It's a block closer to her and a block further from the store to the south. But they're still staying like within a block.
The problem is that they are locating right next to the supermarkets. And then also they are increasing the size of the store. by 300 feet, to square
Why,
feet.
why is them locating next to a supermarket bad?
Because the Ending Corp is about 3 blocks away from the supermarkets, and then the customer who comes to the supermarket will shop at the new location because it's convenient to the locations.
That's what I thought.
Right, so you're proving the point that they should get it,
I didn't want to say that.
Yeah,
that it is more publicly convenient.
it's a change of about 274 square feet, retail.
What about the current stores? And they are already competing. They're more than enough. And then there is no urgency. They didn't lose any lease, and they just want to compete it. And then they are on the advantage of current liquor store operations. And then the customers who visit the supermarkets, they just walk a couple of blocks or 3 blocks and shop, and then they evenly shopping from their liquor stores and our liquor stores too. But if they move it to the new location, and then our sales is going to be greatly negatively impacted by that. And then why do they have to move it if they do not lose any lease and then they can stay there? And it's merely they want to compete against the existing liquor stores.
Yeah, that's true.
And then we are providing public convenience and benefits because there are enough liquor stores within quarter miles in radius. And then even though, yes, it move 1 block is not a big deal, but because the liquor store, our liquor store and their liquor store is very close, within 4 blocks. And they want to move it to close to the existing liquor store 1 block, and which is going to be impacted negatively.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, we are moving closer to the C-Town. If you could visualize where the C-Town is, the C-Town's here, Ellen is here, we're right here right now, and we're just moving here. So we're about 250 feet away from the C-Town, and we're moving next door to the C-Town. So we're not blocking anything in between the C-Town and Ellen. And Ellen is actually currently 67 feet away from Balady, which is the largest and busiest European market, Middle Eastern market in the area. Also, I know you have the numbers in front of you, but at the time the gross sales letter was sent out, it only asked for 2020. So 2021 sales for Reds, Wine, and Spirits have increased by 13.5% to 563,736, which still isn't really rivaling Bay Ridge Wine and Liquor Corp. Bay Ridge also has a store that's twice as big. With this increase in size, which as you see is only 274 square feet, not 300 square feet, but with this increase in size, it just puts him on par with 3 of the closest liquor stores. In regards to Ellen's numbers, obviously, as you see, they reported as of 10/20/21, so they didn't give you the months of November and December, which are, as you know, the busiest time for liquor stores. When Alex came to me to do the removal app, I felt very strongly about this application. He definitely needs to move to this store. It's the best store that isn't encroaching on the other stores and offers his clients a less claustrophobic experience. He also has mentioned that he'd like to host web seminars and free classes to educate his customers, which they have asked for. Moving closer to the C-Town is not taking from Ellen's customers. We're just providing more public convenience, more convenience to the current existing customers. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner
Wait,
Payne?
is there anybody else? Oh, okay.
And you've owned the store since 2018?
Correct.
And you bought the store from someone else?
Correct.
Okay. It feels to me like it's going to be more convenient for the shopper, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford
I'm voting to approve as well.
and Chairman Bradley.
I'm voting to approve. I just don't think it's going to change much of anything. they obviously are gonna possibly have more selection, but the 200 feet is 10 steps. So I don't see, they're certainly, maybe they're more visible, but I don't think that there's a reason not to do it, so.
Yep.
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 507, that's Sachi Asian, Bistro 1 Inc.
You said 507?
507.
What are your hours?
It will be 11 to 12, 7 days a week.
It's what?
11 to 12, 7 days a week.
11 to 12. But you
Yes.
told the community board that you're going to close at 11 on Sunday to Thursday.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So this is the same location.
I'm sorry, what was the
Said-
response? I'm sorry.
They said okay.
They said okay?
So can
Yes.
I, just, before we ask any other questions, and I talked to council about this, maybe Tom can clarify for me, what is going on here?
Yes,
He's selling it from one corporation to another.
But with the same owners of the corporations?
Yep.
So can you explain to me why you're doing what you're doing?
就是我们重新历史又签了一个是换了。
Okay. He said he signed a new lease and a new corporation. So this reason the tax ID was changed. So he have to apply for new license.
Say that again?
The claim is it has something to do with getting a new lease.
They put those new lease in the name of a new corporation.
So let me ask you this, do you have any tax liens against your old company?
你欠税吗？
没有。
He said no.
Why wouldn't the landlord sign with the previous company rather than the new one?
你房东为什么不继续给你沿着旧的公司呢？
哦，因为我们意识到之前有别的就是之前是有别的股东跟我一起做的，然后现在只有我一个人做这样。
Yeah, he said he will be formed a new corporation because before they have some the partner there, but right now he's only one partner.
Okay, can you explain why?
Wait, what do you?
He had a partner on the other one?
This is the fourth corporation he's created.
The same address?
To have a license at this location.
Yes.
He keeps changing the corporations around. Was that because of the lease too?
Or is it because his lawyer doesn't know what he's doing?
Well, if you're gonna have a new lease, why not?
4个公司在这儿都是你自己的。
All right, if that's it, I didn't hear what he said.
He made a representation on the record that he has no tax liens. And that, I think the board, just so that, for the record, is going to treat as a statement material to its decision to grant this application. So
Do we
hope
know?
that's true.
Do we know otherwise?
No.
No, but he's made that assertion.
Sir, just so we're clear, can you tell your client this? He did not have to go through this whole process to change ownership, if that's what he did. He did not have to go through this whole process to re-sign a lease. That the fact that he is changing corporations so frequently sets off alarms to me. So either he's getting very, very bad advice from his representatives, or there's something untoward going on. I have no evidence that there's something wrong here, so I'm not going to assume that. But somebody better get him someone to advise him a little more clearly, because all of this keeps happening. This is the fourth time. He has to go back to the community board. He has to go through all these hoops to get these licenses. All he had to do was file corporate changes.
Okay.
Or endorsement applications. You didn't have to go through all this.
Okay.
All right.
No, he had to go through all of this because of what he's doing.
Right.
I know,
But the question is, why is he doing it?
you could accomplish the same thing doing something different.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Well, not if he wants to change the.
It's a new entity. It's a
No,
new
I know, but don't get the new entity. There's nobody's justified to me why he needs a new entity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
No, you don't. Okay, go ahead, we can continue. I think that was the only issue, the hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mann?
Yes, I'm going to vote to approve 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, midnight Friday, Saturday.
I thought you said it was 11 across the board.
No.
Oh, it was
It's
11, 12?
Sunday to Thursday, midnight Friday, Saturday. That was what the community board agreed to. Recorded music only, no promoters, no security guards. Voila.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to approve under the same conditions.
And Chairman Brown?
I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 532, that's Radio Free Red Hook LLC.
532.
Good afternoon. I'm Elke Hoffman.
Crowdsource funding.
And with me is Sinjin Frizzell. This matter is before you because of the sources of funding for a removal application of a neighborhood bar and restaurant that's literally also moving around a block. We appeared about a month ago with a representative from WeFunder. We're really at this point trying to figure out what it is the authority wants, whether the representative from WeFunder indicated that the investment had been through a single purpose vehicle with a lead investor. There is in fact a lead investor, but after my research showed, I reached out and it turned out the WeFunder representative was incorrect. There's not a special purpose vehicle. And so at this point Sinjin would like to comply and do whatever it is you need and get whatever information you want, but we actually don't know what the SLA, what the authority wants. I've submitted a lead investor agreement. We submitted the Form C. Sinjin put together, there's a list of all of the investors that had purchased promissory notes, so that is also included in the package. In addition, this is no longer...
Let me ask you one question here, though, because I obviously have concerns, and I think everybody has concerns. The tax returns of this entity were handed, I don't know if he handed them in or whether they were handed in by a former investor. And the tax returns indicated almost no income from this place over a 3-year period. In fact, it was negative. In that instance, do these crowdfunding individuals who are either debtors or investors or whatever you're going to call, they're not going to get payments based on those if those tax returns continue in the future? Is that correct, or am I misreading that?
Probably the best person to answer that would be the general counsel of WeFunder, but my understanding is that this was a revenue share, and if they don't that is not a profit share, it's a revenue share.
Well, let me say this. So the revenues on these tax returns indicated that this place brought in about $15,000, which to me is unbelievable.
If I may, I think you might be looking at the wrong document. The restaurant, the tax returns should show about $1.5 million in annual revenue. That's what we were doing. They were probably submitted to you by my ex-wife, who inherited shares from her mother-in-law when she passed a few years ago. My ex-wife and I don't get along. There's a bit of a vendetta situation. And she's also the person that filed the protest with you that was a part of the packet.
Well, whether she has a vendetta or not, she raised a good point that they never got paid out on any of their, at least she's alleging, they never got paid out on anything.
I mean, the restaurant business is is hard in New York. I mean, 12 years of survival, I think, is kind of good enough. Yes, most years we didn't show a profit, but we moved to a location that is slightly larger with some different aspects.
So let me ask you this then. It's obvious that you've now gotten a small business association loan for $600,000, which obviously we have no problem with because that clearly is debt. Now you have a $600,000 loan plus. Now you have a $600,000 loan plus the couple $100,000 or $150,000 you have from GoFundMe. That you need all of that to move the store or the restaurant.
So the SBA loan was an EIDL loan that we took during the pandemic. It was increased to that size late last fall when we realized that the application for removal was going to be a lot more complicated than we thought. It wasn't going to take 4 months or 6 months. It might take a lot longer, and we needed to make sure we had enough capital to withstand that delay and reopen the store.
Because you're open.
But you didn't answer my question, and I have no problem. You can borrow as much money as you want. I don't have an issue with it. I just have a tough time with this GoFundMe. Now, is the GoFundMe people that are debtors, WeFundMe people that are debtors or investors or whatever we're going to call them, are they behind the SBA loan?
Well, they don't have a say.
Who gets paid back first?
Well, they don't have a say either way as to what the day-to-day operations of the business.
So under the WeFundMe thing, they could take. You can go out and borrow as much money as you want and not affect their ability. It certainly would affect their decision to invest with you, I would think.
Well, we're devoting 2.5% of revenue to repay the WeFunder loans. That's in the agreement. It's the same thing we're doing at Gage and Tollner. We're actually devoting 4% of revenue there to repay a much larger loan from WeFunder. So it's a model that I've worked with before, and I'm comfortable doing, and confident that the business can sustain it.
And again, I'm happy to sort of arrange a conversation with the WeFunder General Counsel. My understanding.
I don't want the WeFund General Counsel is not going to be able to answer my questions because just because you filed something with the SEC saying we have debt doesn't mean that the SEC in the future is going to deal with it as debt.
Well,
having worked in that business before, they could, in a bankruptcy court, as I've talked to counsel about, may determine that it's 100% investment.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some suggestions in the papers and certainly in response to questions at the last meeting that the SEC has in some way signed off on or approved or signaled that this is a debt investment and not an equity investment. Is that something that you're representing to the board for it to rely on? Do you know that to be true?
Well, I know the Form C is filed. I am not a securities expert. I do not know whether or not there is an active review on the side of the SEC. I'm not the one qualified to say that.
So you're not making that representation, that there's been some approval?
I can't make that representation, no.
I mean, it's a debt in every...
Right. So you characterize the investment as debt on securities filings?
Because there's a promissory note before, yes, I didn't, WeFunder and the applicant, it was filed, there are choices to pick, and it was as debt, and there is a promissory note. And I think neither the SBA loan nor the WeFunder notes are secure. They're in order. There's a payment schedule that needs to be met for the SBA, and there's a payment process for the lenders in WeFunder. I don't know that one is, if in a bankruptcy, I couldn't tell you which one is senior.
Okay, well, I don't know, that's really,
that's what my concern is.
Well, the chairman's concerns, of course, are with the investors.
Which really isn't my business, so I'm not going
to. Yeah, I was just going to say.
I would recommend.
Whether there have been adequate disclosures about the financial circumstances surrounding this business in your securities filings is not a matter for the board. What is a matter for the board is whether they should treat this investment as debt or equity, and that would drive the way in which they would need to consider the who's on the license, what information is needed, et cetera. You know, I think we need to take a break because I need to talk to the members about this. Legal advice.
to take a brief recess to conference with council.
Tom, I need you for this.
We're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Chairman, how do you want to proceed? You want me to?
No, yeah, you can go ahead. I mean, I'm gonna go with the investment angle and
So-
just say we have the information I need.
So here's the issue, okay? The board's got a threshold decision to make about whether this is an equity investment or a debt investment. And the reason it has to make that decision, or in most cases would have to make that decision, is because it has different procedures for who's on the license, who gets disclosed, who the personal questionnaires come from, when it's an equity or debt. Under these circumstances, you're making a representation to the board and to the SEC that this is debt. You've identified it as debt, and you've issued promissory notes, et cetera, et cetera. If it's debt, it actually creates a different set of issues because we need disclosures from each lender. If it was equity, since there are more than 10 shareholders, our procedures under those circumstances would be to require a personal questionnaire only from someone who has more than 10% of the equity of the business. And it seems pretty clear that this group of people, none of them have more than 10%. So we wouldn't need personal questionnaires, but we would need them identified. You've provided what's identified. You've provided their identities. So the board is in a position where now that it has a personal questionnaire of a lead investor for this group, which I do not believe the board, I do not believe the SLA has accepted in lieu of lending individuals in the past. That would be the leap that the board would have to make to approve this if it characterized it as debt. If it characterized it as equity, it wouldn't have to make that leap. So that's really the rub here. And with that in mind, it's up to the board to decide whether they're willing to accept the personal questionnaire of the lead investor or require individual personal questionnaires from each lender. There are also some securities issues that we've discussed and perhaps some disclosure issues that are not a matter for the board, even though they're a general matter of concern, but that's not a licensing issue. So that's really the state of play here and why it's so complicated. I know that you've been trying to get this application passed, and we're doing our best to work through the issues, and that's where we are. So I've kind of set the table, I guess.
And the reason for all of this is because you're dealing with some type of investment vehicle that was never contemplated by the ABC law, which was written in 1933.
Yeah.
And there is tied house issues which apply here, that if we can't identify the people loaning a licensee money, we can't determine whether those people actually have an interest in a different tier of the industry, which they would not be allowed to loan money between tiers. So if somebody say that owned Budweiser was one of your investors in We Fund Me, that person cannot sit there and loan money to a retailer.
Right.
And unless we have a personal questionnaire that discloses whether he is an owner in a different tier or not, there's nothing, we can't make a decision. So what I'm doing is treating this as an investment, which I truly believe it is. And because they own less than 10%, I'm going to approve because we don't need a personal questionnaire. We do have their names. And just for clarity, the same tier issue is involved with the investment as well, but because we have their names and they've been identified, I'm prepared to go forward with that.
Yeah, I would just point out that tied house is one of the issues. The other issue is control. And, establishing a process where you can just appoint a lead lender and not put in personal questionnaires of people who might truly control the lender and may end up controlling the business opens the door for a lot of shenanigans that we don't believe are taking place here. But for the board to establish that type of procedure creates issues and implications. So.
But Ms. Hoffman, I would recommend you not come back with one of these again, because should the money or the amount be of a higher amount, this wouldn't be getting approved without a PQ from every one of them. And we're going to have an advisory basically stating that fact, that what's going to be necessary going forward.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I'm going to agree with Chairman. I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next is 501, that's Waterbury Wine and Spirits.
I'm recused from this one, Commissioner Ford.
Yep.
All right.
And Commissioner Fan's going to recuse himself.
Right. I'll do a brief introduction. There is opposition here. Again, my name is Elke Hoffman, and who I am with me are Jonathan Aris and Matt Tucker, the principals of Waterbury Wine and Spirits, who are looking to open a small boutique wine store at 53 Waterbury in East Williamsburg.
Hi, my name is Mariah Paul. I'm one of the managing members of Big Tree Bottles, a small boutique wine and spirits store in East Williamsburg. We're located at 43 Bogart Street. My business partner and I opened our store in 2009. We saw growth of the neighborhood and our store during our first few years of operation. But since 2010, the census data shows a decrease in population in the area where the same census tract as the proposed location on Waterbury Street. And we've also seen in that time an opening of no less than 6 new boutique wine and spirit stores in the Bushwick L train corridor. Waterbury Street is not a major thoroughfare. Big Tree Bottles is an easy 9-minute walk from the proposed site for Waterbury Wine and Spirits. And Waterbury Street is primarily warehouses with just a few other businesses and a very small 1-block stretch of single and 2-family homes, most of which overlook the sports field of the local high school, which is just 1.5 blocks north of the proposed site. The population this store looks to sell to is either extremely small or overlaps significantly with the residential business zone of existing licensees, myself included, as well as Johnson Avenue, Wine and Liquors, and Ritchie's up on Grand Street. I provided a map in materials I sent last week showing these locations, and I also submitted a chart showing annual sales of my store over the past decade, with a trend line showing an obvious and notable decline. Last year in 2021, our store's annual sales were lower than they have been since we opened. 2021 sales were 12% down from 2020 and almost 15% down from 2019. We have taken necessary steps to continue to have a modern and diverse selection of products, and we've changed our management strategies multiple times over the years to keep our store relevant and connected to the neighborhood. We currently have over 600 SKUs, which is over 150% increase from our offerings in 2019. We offer online browsing of our products, which is a new addition since 2019. And we employ 6 residents of the neighborhood, and we made sacrifices to assure that all of our staff were kept employed throughout the ups and downs of the pandemic over the past few years. I'm obviously invested in the survivability of my store for both myself, my business partner, our staff, and the continuation of the services that we provide to the neighborhood. I'm sure the applicants of Waterbury Wine and Spirits are hoping to build a successful business, and I remember being in that same position over 10 years ago. However, I'm here today because the facts of decreasing sales at surrounding stores, decreasing population in the neighborhood, and the destabilization of the economy with COVID-19 do not support the addition of a new license in the area and set the stage to hurt existing licensees or an unsuccessful new store. No additional public convenience or advantage is going to be served by adding another off-premise license to an already saturated area. Finally, I just wanted to make a quick note that if Governor Hochul's proposed establishment of offering to-go drinks by on-premise licensees is passed or approved, that's going to further eat into the existing sales for off-premise stores. So we're already competing with a number of different factors in our decrease in sales over the past couple of years, and are working very hard to maintain our stability in the neighborhood and continue to offer the advantage that we provide. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the principals of 53 Waterbury Wine Spirits seek to open it's a 350 square foot boutique store East Williamsburg. This is not a heavily residential area. In fact, this is sort of the opposite. There are some new residential developments very close by, but this is an area that has seen like a vast influx of sort of commercial, retail, art galleries, shopping in that area from a very sort of hip Brooklyn perspective. The materials have outlined like a vast number of restaurants. There's a huge work office event space complex called the Breeze very close by. The Hudson Companies is investing in more work office space. There's one of the maps that we submitted shows the number of new sort of restaurants, skate parks, and they can tell you a little bit more about the area in the area. And this store is a small boutique store designed to target exactly that demographic with the same sort of ethos and vibe that the other businesses have, really focusing on producers with sustainable models, hyper-local to try to minimize the carbon footprint, really supporting like spirits producers in Brooklyn. And all of there's no stores within 1,500 feet. The closest boutique store is Big Tree Bottles, and that's about 1,900 square feet. The sales of the closest stores have been increasing with the exception of Big Tree Bottles. No new store has opened since 2015, and that store, in fact, didn't respond to the sales figures from what I can tell. So with that, I mean, I'll let Matt and Jonathan talk a little bit more about their concept and their experience and their knowledge of the area.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Harris, one of the partners in Waterbury Wine and Spirits. I moved into the neighborhood, East Williamsburg, in 2006 and purchased the building in which this premise is proposed in 2016. We've seen the growth of businesses surrounding my house and specifically the building in which we own and manage over the last 16-year tenure. And since 2015, when the most recent license was approved, in our small corridor bounded by Johnson Avenue, Bushwick Avenue, Morgan Avenue, and Grand Street, we've seen a large influx of art galleries, event spaces, and commercial developments in which we aim to focus and serve.
Just building off of what John said and why, answering the question as why a liquor store. My wife and I visited the Finger Lakes probably about 8 years ago, and we got the wine bug, and that since has spurred continuing interest in education in wine, and it's also been integral to our travels. You know, we've gone to Italy, we've gone to France, of course, the Finger Lakes annually, as well as Portland or Oregon as well. But what we saw as a lack, or what I saw as a lack personally, was just the type of store that I would frequent as a patron. And I've frequented Big Tree Bottles on a number of occasions, this weekend being the most specific. And I just know that type of store, it's not what I'm looking for in terms of producers. We're looking to open a store that's going to be 350 square feet, as mentioned, and that's going to be 100 SKUs of bottles of wine, as well as about 15% of that. Beyond that will be spirits. So there's not going to be much of any overlap as to what we're offering. It's very much going to be a boutique style store that's going to be focused on education, as well as providing literature, providing magazines, just for continuing education, as well as just community events. So just rooted in like the sense that like what we've created at the building ourselves, which is the skate shop occupies, as well as a bar, as well as a vegan store. That's what we're trying to just build upon, is just create that community and create something that currently doesn't exist within this area.
Members have any questions?
You're on a block that looks like the other three corners are like industrial buildings or something like that. Am I seeing right? Is that correct?
It is the industrial business zone. They're M-zoned properties,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
those buildings themselves are filled with commercial tenants.
Yeah.
I'll also note that a subway stop is the gap between our shop and where Big Tree Bottles is. And, being that we're talking about New York City, Brooklyn specifically, a lot of patrons are shopping within the immediate area. I know personally that, before our involvement within the building, it was just more me passing through the area in which our building exists, simply because if I'm purchasing a bottle of wine, it's going to be within the immediate area of my vicinity. So while it is 19
100 feet away. It's, as mentioned previously, it's the fourth farthest location, but it's the gap is one total subway stop.
And all of the other stores in the area are mainstream. The closest is Bulletproof. The ones that responded all have increasing sales except for Big Tree Bottles, and 2 didn't respond, including the most recently licensed.
So you're not going to be bulletproof?
No, this is a stylish store. You have local artisans to sort of fit in with the look and feel of all the art galleries and other business coming to there. Quite the opposite. This is boutique. The producers are going to be small batch producers.
Small batch, low intervention. I mean, that's the whole idea. Is just that's the type of producers that
You're out of time, so if you not repeat yourself, just address the members' questions.
I'm good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
The members ready to vote?
I'm looking for the diagram. I don't see a diagram. I see a couple photos. I don't see a diagram. Let me just make sure. Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. I was stand corrected.
Any more questions? Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
She can't vote. She recused herself.
Commissioner Fan recused herself. Commissioner Ford.
This is 501. I mean, it is such a small store, and looking at the size of it, it's just a small. I mean, you have your unlicensed storage.
Yeah,
Is that area in the back? Is that going to be for storage or what? It says unlicensed, I think. Is that what I'm looking at?
No, unleased.
Unleased.
That's
Unaffiliated
not.
storage. It says okay.
Yep.
So where you're storing anything? Or you're
We're not. Everything's within the 350 square feet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really surprised you're not bulletproof, but I'm going to give you credit for not being bulletproof, and I'm going to vote to approve.
And Chairman Brown.
I'll vote to approve just because the closest store is bulletproof, and this is a tiny store which appears to not be near any residences or anything. So I don't, other than retail and some offices. So I don't think it's going to have an effect on the other stores.
All right. Thank you. Approved. Next item is 505. That's Port Ellen Wine and Liquors Corp.
I don't think 505?
505.
Sorry, I keep asking all the time. I'm doing something. 505.
Give me the number again, Tom.
505.
You can go ahead and introduce yourself and your client.
Good afternoon. This is Howard Levine for the objectants. I don't see that the applicant has appeared.
Jonathan, is the applicant there? Again, that's Port Ellen Wine and Liquors Corp.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
There's no public convenience and advantage to granting this license. There are 8 package stores within
Who
less
do you
than
represent?
one. I represent Northern Wine and Liquor, Tion-Yu Liquor, and Sky Liquor.
Yeah.
There are 8 package stores in less than 1 mile. This is a driving community. The representative from Northern Wine is here. The applicant is on the same block, on the same side of the street, and just a few blocks away. It's worth noting that at a meeting in August of 2021, a package store application was denied for Auburndale Wine Corp., which is only about a block away from the proposed premises, and the current application for Port Ellen was pending at the same time that the Auburndale Wine application was pending and then ultimately denied. The application lists distances that are questionable, and they differ from LAMP by as much as 25%. I double-checked them with MapQuest and other measurement tools, And as I put in my written submission, there was clearly an attempt here to make it seem like there were greater distances between the stores than there are. But in any event, there are 8 stores in less than 1 mile. They all offer a wide range of product, including, on average, 75 SKUs of different Asian products, wide variety of kosher products, a lot of Greek products, because that's what the customers in the area require. The gross sales in the area are either on the decline or they're flat altogether. Northern Wine is on the decline year over year. New Golden is on the decline as well. Aleph Liquor Mark had a COVID bump, but when you take that out, its sales are flat. Sky Liquor is flat. Francis Wine is doing poorly. And the cost of goods are going up. And with inflation, people are buying less. Population in the area is also decreasing, down from 29,206 to 27,201. There are only 2 bus lines in this area. There's no subway service, and the Long Island Railroad is 10 miles away, underscoring that this is a driving community. And I just want to point out that the application itself raises a lot of questions as well. First of all, the financial disclosure indicates a cash contribution of $165,000, but the corporation was only in existence for a couple of months, so it's hard to understand how that money wouldn't need to be repaid. The establishment questionnaire indicates that there are 3 floors, yet it lists only the ground floor and the basement, so I'm not sure what the 3rd floor is, if any. The measurements are also off. They indicate that it's 1,800 square feet, but when you look at their drawings, both the ground floor and the basement are 48 by 18, which would be less, about 1728. And it's also unclear how the ground floor could even be the 864 when there is a storage area marked off on their diagram in the back of the ground floor by the bathroom. And finally, the liquor and wine store questionnaire only included 1 of the 4 serial numbers and did not include 2 of the closest stores, which are Clearview and Aleph. So again, in summary, the sales are declining or flat. The population is declining. There was a store about a block away that was declined in less than a year, and there are 8 stores within less than a mile. If we just have 30 seconds, I'd like you to hear from Northern Wine just to discuss a little bit about the wide variety of product they offer, the educational and testing that they offer.
Yeah, no, we don't need to hear from him.
We're good.
Thank you.
We're good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You can put his name on the record that he was here. Say it again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Leo. I'm representing for Northern Wine Liquor, which is the closest.
Oh, you're a representative for them. You don't own it.
No, he works there.
Yeah, I worked there for 5 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We're ready, Don.
I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I'm going to vote to deny. One, the applicant's not here, but just to be clear, this I would have denied anyway, based on the fact that we denied a store in August of 2021, a block from this proposed location, because there was no public convenience and advantage for that store. Nothing significant has changed since then that would indicate to me that there is now public convenience and advantage for this store.
And for
Thank you.
For the record, I deny for the exact same reasons that the chairman just stated. Ta-da.
Thank you.
Are those your special hours?
I don't like to make him use them too much, you know?
Next
Pacing.
is number 557, that's BADO LLC.
Save us some reconsideration.
Yep.
Good morning, board members. Michael J. Perry for BADO LLC. With me this morning is the principal, Dogan Caracas. We're here looking to amend our store hours, our restaurant hours, from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. Originally, this application was before the board in 2020. And at that time, we agreed to 11:45 to 12 a.m. But that was under COVID restrictions and the climate at the time. So we're asking for 4 a.m. at this time, and we're asking that grant the application, considering our good history, no quality of life issues, and we've been a great neighbor.
Well, his history is he had a license canceled in 2019.
That is correct. But at this location, we've had no history.
Which
Well,
included an entire 2-year pandemic.
So, I'm sorry?
He just
So in
opened during the pandemic, right?
Correct, but the previous license, and I did discuss that with him at the time of applying with this license before the board. He actually surrendered that license and didn't understand that it would be canceled. I believe that there were pending charges at that time that were not addressed, and were just later canceled because he just didn't address them and had surrendered the license. So at this point,
Well, that's, I mean, that I'm sure that's true, but that doesn't mean that the charges weren't going to be sustained.
Well, it says here, full board imposed cancel and bond, so I don't know that he's accurate.
But the reason, I think, just to be clear for the record, the reason that he got a 12 a.m. closing was because, one, his past history, but I believe the past history at this location as well. I get that he hasn't had himself any history at this location, but it's clear to me that you tried to get the community board to sign on to 4 a.m. and they never responded to you in the letter. I see your letter from May of 2021. That means they didn't respond negatively or positively.
Correct.
That prior license wasn't surrendered. It was canceled before it expired.
Okay.
And let me ask you this, is the place called Tipsy Dog's Bar, or is it called Butcher's Son?
Tipsy Dog. I believe we applied, we filed an application to amend that.
Because I think you're publicly known as the Butcher's Son, but somehow in your request to change method of operation, you've also changed the DBA.
Yeah, the SLA knows you as the Butcher's Son.
There is an application before the authority, I believe. I did not file it. I don't believe I filed it.
To
But
change the DBA to Tipsy Dog?
Correct.
Well, aren't you then also changing it to a bar called Tipsy Dog as opposed to continuing to be a pizza restaurant that you claim to be?
So there are two locations there are two establishments on the same block plot. One, Artichoke's Pizza, which is right on Wyckoff, and then us. So I don't want to, I heard the chairman say that there was negative history at this location, and that may be Artichoke's.
No, not under him. I get there's none under him.
Yeah, but he built out the space. It was like a karate studio before. So
The only history is his history.
Oh, okay.
But
back to her question, you changed the name. Did he change the method of operation too?
No. So it's not a pizza.
Was he a bar? Is he a bar now, or is he a restaurant?
He's still a restaurant, but it's just the nature of the
Yeah,
community.
but publicly, you're known, you advertise yourself as a bar. And there are two DBAs, which concerns me.
There is a pending application to change the trade name to Tipsy's Dog's Bar that has not been acted on yet.
Okay.
So you're changing from a burger joint to a
Is it
bar
menu-
that's going to be open until 4 a.m.
Is there a change in the method of operation?
You know, I'm just selling burger and then also liquor. So I have still
No,
burger.
we need to consider all of that at the same time because we're now basically opening a bar.
Oh, he's a bar now. It's just a question if you want it to be open at 4.
Right. I mean, yeah, Commissioner Fan, it will be the same exact method of operation, but till 4 a.m. And the nature of the community, I mean, he's suffering now under these hours, although he's operated in good faith under these hours. But the nature of the community
But he's
is,
suffering because of his past history. Let's be honest. And I don't know that he would have got 4, but he clearly would have got past 12.
All right, I'm going to do what council advises. I'm going to give you 2 a.m.
sorry?
So,
Do you want to speak?
Yeah.
They're voting on it.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Do you want to? Okay. Do you want to say anything? You sure?
Go ahead, Donald.
I'll give 2 a.m. as well.
And Chairman Rowland.
2 a.m.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Is that denied application or approved application?
It's approved, but to 2 a.m.
Next is, or 525.
I know. Well, Tipsy Dog. Sorry, what number? 525?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm W. Nelson. I'm counsel for BK Lobster, and I'm here with owners Jacqueline Williams and Don Spencer. BK Lobster is a casual seafood restaurant serving lobster rolls and other seafood served the Brooklyn way, and we're applying for an application for full on premises. The issue here is the vicinity of an alleged church within 200 feet, God's Universal Outreach. And from our understanding of everything that we've seen in the community, this church is not operating, is never open.
Well, we have different information, unfortunately.
I understand.
And I don't know, I'm myself not comfortable ignoring the information. The pastor we reached out, we visited the guy twice, I believe, or a woman twice. And she has indicated that one, they are open. They're not open more than once or twice a week, but they do services. And two, she's also indicated that whatever apartments are upstairs are only used by the church.
Right, I understand.
Without other evidence, you're clearly within 200 feet of this church. Without other evidence, I don't know what we can do here because we really have no discretion.
So what I would ask for is, we've been monitoring church for the last 2 months or so. It hasn't been open any day for the last 2 months, including last night, which was alleged Bible study. We spoke with, there is a full license across the street called La Fatima Bar and Grill. We spoke with the operator of that bar and grill just yesterday, and she's lived in that across the street on top of the bar for 22 years and says she's never seen it open. So again, this is a church that if it does open, it has no congregation, and by definition, if it has no congregants, it doesn't meet the definition of being able to exclude us from getting a license. Again,
I don't know that that's accurate.
It is. It's
I mean, if they're filing as their taxes and it's a viable organization that's filing the taxes as a not-for-profit church, I don't know that our view of it changes.
Well, I have case law, James Street Seafood Cafe versus New York State Liquor Authority.
Well, that would have been helpful if you had given us that beforehand. We can't really consider it now.
No, I understand. Well, I just received. I didn't up until this point. We had no idea that the actual pastor of the church was opposing this because the church was always closed.
What's the citation of the case you have?
It's 426 New York State 2D 200. And it's Jane Street.
I'm sorry, 426 NYS or
Yes.
NY?
NYS. Second department.
Second or NYS what?
Second.
NYS second, 200.
What's the name of the case?
Jane Street Seafood Cafe Corp versus New York State Liquor Authority.
And
What court and what year?
It's New York County Supreme Court, 1980. But it specifically addresses a church that has no congregants, and
Okay. We'll take a look at that, but you should know what the pastor has said. Okay.
I also think it's a liquor store.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what the pastor told us. Okay. I'm digging it up out of our report.
What's that? Yeah, I think she thinks it's a liquor store.
Pastor Barfield stated that due to the COVID pandemic, the number of congregants has decreased and is hoping to increase services in the future. She stated that due to the pandemic, the church has been closed, and at present time, services are only on Sundays from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Right. So
what you're asking us to do is to ignore that because you're stating not under oath and without any
evidence,
presuming support that that's not true, that the pastor is lying.
No, what I'm saying is that the church has not been open. and it hasn't been open for the past 2 months that we've
And the pastor
monitored
is
it.
saying it has been, and they have services on Sundays from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m.
So what I would ask, maybe if possible, to stay the decision where we can provide the evidence. Again, it just became to our attention that the pastor was opposing this application. Otherwise, we would have done the legwork beforehand.
It's not that the pastor's opposing the application, it's that we have information that there's a church there. We have information that the church is open from the pastor, and the board does not have discretion to grant the license within 200 feet of such a church.
If the pastor was in favor of this thing, there's nothing we can do.
Right, the pastor could have sent in the same letter and said, I want this restaurant to be licensed, and the board could not grant it.
All right, we'll put it over. I'll give you, when do you want to put it over? I mean, you've given us no evidence other than your statements that this is not a church. We have opposing evidence that it is by the person who's running the church. So I don't know what you're going to find, but you're welcome to bring it in.
Right. I'm not saying it's not a church. I'm saying it's a church with no congregants. So therefore, it doesn't exclude us having a license within district.
Well, we'll look at that case too, but I don't know that that's going to hold the water either.
The pastor's statements to our investigator were not that there were no congregants.
All right, but you're welcome to bring in whatever evidence. We can put this over for a month. What do you want?
Yeah, a month is fine.
Well, we don't have the meeting on the 11th, so it would be April 27th.
It's either March 30th or
April 27th.
April 27th.
My suggestion is that you go there on Sunday between 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And your representations yourself are probably not going to be enough. You're probably going to need somebody who lives there and has an affidavit that can say that I have never seen anything happening at this church. And I don't even know if that's going to be enough, but we'll check it out.
Try.
Okay.
And we'll
Thank
see
you.
you in New York on the 27th.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully. Don't jinx it.
Some would say
Don't jinx it.
2022 or.
I don't know why she would be opposed too. That kind of makes me wonder.
She thinks it's a liquor store too.
Yeah, she also thinks it's
By the way.
Not that it matters. It doesn't
By the
matter.
way, I believe there's a liquor store right next door.
No, and there's clearly a bar.
It may have
Yeah, maybe grandfather.
predated that.
But there's clearly a bar that's only been there 20 some odd years.
They could also have grandfathering.
Or we could have made a mistake.
Next is numbers 559 and 560. That's Espetino Bar and Grilling.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Moises. I'm representing Espetino Bar and Grill today. We have, I believe, 2 cases that we're trying to resolve today.
Where's your client?
I think it was held over at one point for the licensee.
Yeah, I think we were holding it over for the licensee to show up.
Yeah, I am on the license.
You're on the license?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What's your name?
Ellen Moises.
Yep.
Okay.
Threw us off with the represent, sorry.
So the reason we called you in was because these charges happened after you were open about 2 months. And the charges all mostly involve your establishment not following the rules that were laid out for you when you got your license.
Right.
So, and there's no indication that you're going to start doing the right thing based on what you submitted to us. So 45 calls to the police department within 6 months is unacceptable.
We also stated that there was a bar across the street that just this weekend got shut down from us. Most of those calls did result from their patrons. It's just
Well, that's not what the police department is telling us.
Yeah.
Some of them may, but 45 calls were directed at your location. You're using hookah, which isn't even legal for you to use. Not to mention it's not on your license here. You're using DJs.
We've stopped the use of hookahs, and I've also started the application to change the method of operation to include a live DJ. And because of the rise of violence, especially on Gramerton Avenue and the town of Mount Vernon, we are asking to have a security guard too, just to check patrons as they come in for weapons and whatnot.
So the area is becoming more problematic, and you want to bring more people in with a DJ. Does that make a lot of sense?
Well, I don't think the DJ necessarily is going to bring more people in. It's just to change so that we just don't have a radio playing all the time.
Well, that was what you asked us to give you as a restaurant.
Yeah, but it was our first time like opening a business with a liquor license, so we weren't too sure of exactly what it would entail. After about 2 years of opening, we realized that a DJ would be necessary.
Well, I don't know that I would waste the time on the application based on what you just did here. But you're certainly going to be welcome to have security guards.
How's a DJ gonna calm things down?
It's not.
That's an
Well,
elevator.
we never had any issues inside of our bar. It was always stuff that happened outside that the cops got called for, and I just feel like ultimately we got blamed for anything that got called out outside.
That's because you realize you're responsible for what happens in front too,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, which is why we
That's
seen
why you
that
got
adding.
blamed for it.
Yeah, well, which is why we added a security guard to help control a little bit at least of the outside and people standing around. They would drink at their cars and stuff like that. So the security guard it was helping with that.
All right.
I mean,
We
it's
also
easy
got-
to just say whatever you want to us, but I'm looking at your Instagram page. You're still advertising hookah. Super Bowl, not that long ago, advertising hookah. This is public record. This is all out there. You know, you're running your business.
Any way you want.
We're doing our job. We told you there are no promoters, and you're doing basically promoted events every weekend.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we
not
take your
promoters.
$10,000 and then we're going to be checking probably weekly. And I can guarantee you that if this ends up back here again, it'll be over.
Okay.
And if what's happening, like she says is happening, continues, because they are going to be checking your social media, they're going to be checking your Instagram, they're going to be checking your Facebook. If that continues, you won't make it to the summer.
I understand.
Because it sounds like to me that everything you just told me was made up.
Yeah, the fact that you've applied to add a DJ does not mean that you can use a DJ before it's approved, and I think you're getting the message that.
And we don't have that application.
All right, but if she does apply, that doesn't mean that you can start using a DJ.
Okay.
I mean, this place became dangerous very, very quickly,
Well,
according to the police department.
It came to the state liquor authorities as with the entertainment and facilities of a quiet restaurant, no security.
Now, let me ask you this so that we at least get everything straight. Are you still using hookah?
No.
When did it stop?
About a little under a year ago. Because the building department also gave us a hard time. They did give us the option of going through and getting the proper ventilations and stuff to allow hookah.
Then why does your social media still indicate that you're using hookah, at least recently?
I know that they use that sometimes as like an advertisement, but we don't have the hookah.
When's the last time you had a DJ?
A few weeks ago.
I would be careful. That's all I can tell you. You're opened as a restaurant. Not
We
a
have a
nightclub.
bar. We have a bar tavern license.
What do they have, Tom? Well, if you know enough about the different...
It's a bar tavern with recorded karaoke, live music, patron dancing.
So if you know enough the difference between a bar tavern versus a restaurant, then you know the difference between no DJ and DJ.
Yeah. If I was more informed getting into this, I would have definitely added that in our initial application.
Well, I would have tell you if I knew then what I know now, you never would have got it. So I'll take the 10,000, but I'm going to email enforcement and make sure that this place is compliant.
Commissioner Cannon?
Yep.
I'll accept as well.
I'll agree with Chairman.
CNC's been accepted.
Good luck.
Next number is 533, that's Seneca Bar Board.
Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My client is here, Mr. Aravallo. So we finally had a phone conference yesterday with the community board with Gary Giordano, and it looks like we're going to be entering into stipulations, including 2 a.m. But he asked that we put it over for 2 more weeks, so he could prepare.
What's the date?
3:30, 3:31?
30th?
3:30.
Okay.
Thank
you.
All right.
What's that?
It's 2 weeks enough?
Yes. I mean, we put it over a
Okay.
few times, but it should
Yeah,
be
'cause
enough.
Because otherwise you gotta wait 4 weeks, so get it done.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, otherwise another 4 weeks, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
Keep putting it on social media.
Next is 519, that's SBC Holdings LLC.
I've never heard that. We just advertise that, we don't actually offer it.
519.
That's the first.
SBC Holdings LLC.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo, how are you today?
Great.
Great.
I apologize on behalf of my client, he apparently defaulted at hearing. I, last week, put an offer of compromise in, obviously, just my suggestion.
All right, I'll accept.
So that's, your proposed,
But make sure that it's down as a default.
yeah, it's Allison.
Yeah, it's 4,500, she's finding 4,500.
Yes.
This is 519. Yeah. 4,500 default.
4,500.
Sustaining charges.
What?
Yeah, sustain 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next is 529 and 570, that's Berry Street Associates LLC.
529 and 57.
No, this was,
It's been a while.
This is it took for the suspension.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
And, that's probably why it is where it is.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll accept 7,500.
I'll accept. It's been a while.
Accept.
Thank you, have a good 2 weeks.
You're welcome.
Next is 506, that's M&J MASPETH Lounge, Inc.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn, the attorney for the applicant. This matter was put on the board as a result of the fact that the previous license at this location was revoked almost 4 years ago. There was a subsequent application by a different applicant 2 years ago in 2020 that was also denied. That application did not have any support from the community board to our knowledge. I submitted a document in support of the approval of this application. Attached to that was a stipulation from the community board which approved this application with details as to the operation of the premise. The hours are set forth. It's also set forth that there will not be any live music, no DJ or dancing. The applicant himself has experience in the industry, and I am more than happy to answer any other questions that you may have. Also, before, there's no connection between this applicant and the previous licensee or the previous applicant at that location.
Can you expand on the prior experience on the applicant and also manager?
Yeah, the applicant's experience is, we included a resume, Commissioner, attached to what we submitted, which has his outline of all his experience.
Okay, you want to tell me what's on it?
Sure, I can read it to you. Just wait 1 second while I pull that out.
Well, you don't know your client, don't expect me to know.
No, it's Gao Ming. It's there. It's Exhibit B, I believe. He has experience as the manager at DIY KTV, which was located at 13335 Roosevelt Avenue in Flushing from 2008 to 2017. During that time, he did not receive any violations while he was managing that premise at all. It's similar to this operation in that it's a KTV operation as well.
Okay, and what manager is he hiring?
They're looking for managers, but he's also, I brought the manager that he's just gonna hire here that can answer questions for you as well. But we will be providing a personal questionnaire, but because nobody's been officially hired yet, as we have not been approved,
Okay, one of them is your client and then the other is whom?
is the manager I just referred to.
Okay,
Well,
so he is hiring him or not hiring him?
he is gonna hire him if he's approved for the
Okay,
license.
so what's the manager's experience?
Yep, he's gonna tell you himself. Go ahead.
Where are you guys looking? Who's over there?
No, this is my client.
I know.
Oh, I apologize. He is not the manager. He's the interpreter. He brought an interpreter. I apologize. I thought he was the manager he was going to hire. Can you ask him who he spoke
So
to?
who's
about
the
that?
manager?
That's what they were looking for. The
Manager.
manager was over at the side.
Yeah, it's like,
Where's all the?
huh?
He said just like you said because the license not been approved.
You have to tell them. You have to translate it to them.
我们要等警牌过的时候才去。So his plan is once the license approved, he will look into the hire the property manager.
Another manager to work with him.
Yeah, there's another one more manager work with him.
That could be a condition of it being approved.
Yeah. He will be on site during all hours of operation.
And can the interpreter put his name on the record too?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my name is H-U-A, last name is X-U.
Why was the reason why we didn't approve the other one again?
Was that the applicant?
We were just
The
not
applicant
confident.
had no experience, this applicant actually does have experience. It was one of those where they had location
And
and
no
no
experience,
experience applicant.
yeah.
This is the applicant.
All right.
Who managed to carry over for years without this approval, which I think is an accomplishment.
Okay. All right, well, with that, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Want the personal questionnaire from the manager?
Sure, I'll take a personal questionnaire when you hire somebody.
We'll submit that.
And please also hire someone with actual experience
Actual experience,
in this
yes.
type of establishment, obviously.
Commissioner Ford?
We will.
Yep.
And Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I'll approve with the PQ from the manager and all the other stipulations, the stipulations of the community board.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice day. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
See you.
Yep,
Have a happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way.
thank you.
Jonathan, I have nothing else. Is there anyone else there?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
So,
Give me just 1 second here.
you want to do it? Recess?
No, I don't do that to everybody. I just gotta take care of something real quickly.
Very brief recess for.
Okay.
All right. For the record. First, so 485, it's an offer of 6,000.
I'll accept 6,000.
Commissioner Ford?
485. Hang on a second. Accept.
And Chairman Brown?
Accept.
486 is an offer of 3,500.
I accept that the machines needs to be gone, and we will check again.
Commissioner Ford?
I accept as well.
And Chairman Brown?
Accept.
47 is an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
3,000 accept.
Accept.
488 is an offer of 1,500.
I'll take 1,500.
Accept.
Accept.
49 is an offer of 10,000.
10,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford?
I think we have to pull these people in for the same reason we
Yeah.
pulled the other one in.
Yeah, I
They're
think
still
so too.
advertising DJs, the kitchen, but we can either accept this and I can send enforcement out, which would end their existence.
Oh, let's bring them in. Let's give them one chance.
Over to
330.
Commissioner Ford?
That's fine.
Yes.
490 and 491 is an offer of 5,000.
This is definitely low.
Most recent charge is what, 2 years ago? Nothing since?
Yeah, these charges also predate the significant penalties that came later.
Yeah.
They were EOR penalties.
All right, I'll accept 5,000.
I'll accept as well.
I'll accept.
492 and 493 is an offer of 5,000.
Patrons attack police, never good. I will accept 5,000.
Accept.
Sure.
Accept.
494 is an offer of 2,000.
This is definitely 2,000.
Accept.
Accept.
496 is an offer of 7,000.
7,000 accept.
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 497 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500 accept.
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 498 is an offer of 4,000.
This was sort of a screw up in renewing, so
The renewal was disapproved. Reconsideration was granted, and the new license wasn't issued until January of 2020.
When was how late was the?
It was a significant gap.
Donald,
Okay,
498.
They didn't seem to renew until they got caught, right?
Right.
Or is that not right?
No, so they got disapproved. I think there was a renewal, the recon was pending when they got caught.
okay, I'm gonna go to 2,000.
For sure.
But they've been unlicensed for a while.
Right, they knew they had a problem.
Yeah.
I'm going to accept.
Accept. Oh, no, what'd you go to, 2,000?
2,000.
Yeah, I'll go to 2,000.
I'll go to 2,000.
499, it's a new on-premises liquor license.
I don't know, this seems to be a no-show king here. They were no-show at community board as well, so what do we want to do here?
Denied.
Just deny?
But I have to meet with the community board, it's 500 foot.
Yeah, I know.
mean, there's,
All right.
I was actually asked that in a phone call the other day by the community board, what we would do. And I made it clear that I would deny them.
All right,
Not on non-500 foot, but 500 foot, I would deny them.
all right, then they need to go to community board, I'll vote to deny as well.
Yep.
Right, right, so for the record, if they happen to be watching, just seeking a reconsideration without going to the community board,
Would
I
not.
assume that's not gonna get them anywhere.
Right.
503 and 504, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
508 is an application to change method of operation.
This was.
The municipality doesn't have to be notified on these, Tom?
Right, they want to go from no music,
Entertainment, right.
they want music, they just want recorded music, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it too, I'm just
Not
wondering.
required. Occasionally, depending on the situation, we'll tell them or they'll do it on their own before they get here, because they know you're going to ask.
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Yep, I'm good.
Alright, 510 is an offer of 4,500.
4,500.
Accept.
Accept.
511 is an offer of 2,500.
This is since 1984, I'm gonna lower this to 12,500.
What did you say,
1,250.
I'll go with that.
Chairman?
I will as well.
No history.
512 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
6,000 accept.
Accept, I'm sorry.
513 and 514 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I think, good idea, accept.
Accept.
515 is an offer of 8,000.
8,000 accept.
8,000 accept.
Accept.
516 is an offer of 7,000.
Withdraw charge 2, accept 7,000.
Withdraw charge 2, accept 7,000.
Same.
517 is an offer of 3,500.
I'll accept 3,500.
Accept.
Accept.
520 is a no contest default hearing.
This place is closed. Why do I? No.
Never responded.
Is this place active?
The license is active.
Yeah,
The license is active?
yeah, they have an open license. They didn't show up for a hearing on 3 kitchen staff without answers.
All right, I'm at 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
2,000.
521 and 522, it's not guilty with it.
I'm at 11,000. Sustain and charge 1 of the first proceeding and charge 1 of the second proceeding.
Commissioner Ford,
No defense. What did you say, 11,000?
Yeah.
I'll do 11,000.
Chairman Bradley.
11,000.
523 and 524 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
530 is an offer of 3,500.
I'll accept 3,500.
Accept 3,500.
Accept.
534 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
This guy's been open since 1985, no history since 2015, so I'd go to 1,000.
Okay. I'll go to 1,000.
1,000.
535 is a new package store application.
I don't know why they didn't show up.
Essex. It's a long way.
But they're literally
It's right
across the street from the
He
existing
runs the
building.
motel,
Yeah, I wasn't gonna.
and he's carving out a little space
Yeah.
to have the package store.
It's not even that little. It's 1,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Well, our examiner had spent quite a bit of time with them because the store was gonna open up into all areas of the motel.
Yeah.
But whatever. There's no explanation of why this is more convenient for anybody except those staying in his hotel. Which still, those people would still have to walk outside to get into the store.
Yeah.
At least once who knows what
They
happens.
could
if
walk
they're
across
open.
the street to the other store.
Right.
And it's
Get a little
That
Ticonderoga.
could take 15 minutes.
Ticonderoga. Like, come on.
So what do you want to do?
Denied.
I'm denying.
Denied.
Denied.
All right. I'll vote to deny.
536 is an offer of 1,500.
I'll accept 1,500.
Accept.
Accept.
537, 538, 539, and 540 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
541, it's offer of 2,500.
I will withdraw charge 2. And
Accept.
accept 2,500, though I'm concerned that this is a nightclub.
Yes, we've got word through our council to the licensee that they need to follow the method that they had approved, or they will have severe consequences if they're going.
Once again, only open for less than a year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Commissioner Ford, James.
Yep.
Yes.
542, this is no contest default hearing.
I will revoke for the record.
They're already revoked.
Well, let me ask you this, if the revoke comes with a 2-year
Prescription?
prescription.
On the license,
2
yeah.
years, so if you revoke again, does the 2 years go from today?
No, okay, it's gonna, the revocation to be effective the date of the last revocation.
Okay,
But it's only against the licensee.
correct, it's against the licensee, but what I was wondering is
Unless you
whether
put
you'd be extending the 2 years
Right.
from today.
Yeah, I'll revoke and bond them. I mean, revoke for the record.
Yeah, they're already past that point, right? If it was revoked in 2/18/20, they're already past that
They're gonna,
2-year prescription.
if this applicant
That's right.
applies again,
Yeah.
he's coming back anyway.
Got it.
Right.
All right.
So
Okay.
Mood issue.
he's just not legally prohibited from getting licensed.
Right,
Vote for the record.
yeah.
543 is an offer of 15,000.
Did she vote on the last one?
I thought you said.
Did you?
We vote for that.
Oh, she did, okay.
Council's office requesting to draw charge 14.
I had accept. I mean, it's, food, masks, smoking hookah, 150 people inside. Face coverings, electric box, security, premises.
Yes, withdrawal charge 14, I'll accept 15,000.
Commissioner Ford.
Same here, yep.
I'll accept as well, withdraw the charge.
544 is an offer of 5,000.
I'll accept 5,000.
So here's a question I have, and whether you guys decide to bring him in for this or not, I don't know.
You know.
What proof do we, yeah.
Well, there's unauthorized alterations, which were obviously already done.
And the rep says. all
Everything's
violations
fixed.
Yeah, I know. What does that mean? That's what
And
I
we
know.
still haven't gotten alteration applications.
So it's
So
not
I think we just make them come in and
Okay.
either make them rip it out, or there
3:30.
better be an application in by 3:30.
That's what I had, believe it or not, kick it to 3:30.
Check to see if he actually had that. He said he had it written down for 3:30. Check it.
545.
My magic powers. What's that?
No contest.
This is definitely problematic as well.
Yep.
Yeah, just opened.
Brand new license, 12 police reports.
So they need to come in and can we email Joe Finelli and ask him to call the police department and find out exactly what's going on with this place?
Yeah.
3:30.
Do you want me to email Joe?
Yeah, you can do it right now. Or Tom can do it right now.
It's even better.
He's not doing anything.
Except I turned my email off.
Oh, well, I'll save this and do it. What is it, 3:30?
Yeah.
I'll email Joe.
He could be watching.
Wait,
He
no,
better not be.
no, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, yes, yeah.
And everyone's okay with that.
Yes.
We said 3:30 for this one?
Yes.
All right.
546, that's an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
3,000 accept.
Accept.
547, it's an offer of 3,700.
3,700.
And I was at 5,000, but I'll do 37.
37.
548 is a no contest default pleading.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Okay. Cancel and bond.
548, you say?
Yes.
Yes, cancel and bond.
549 and 550, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
551 is an offer of 5,000.
This is super problematic as well. Guilty.
Gambling charge and history
Whatever the
already.
court did, gambling machines better be removed.
Gambling charge and the history already, even after being arrested and instructed, still did not comply.
Yes, sir.
Oh, accept, but we'll check again.
Yeah, I'll accept too.
Chairman.
I'll accept.
552 is an offer of cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
Accept, cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
553 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
I was at 1,000. No history, they've been open since 2009.
All right, I'll go to 1,000.
All right.
Chairman.
1,000.
554 is a no contest default hearing.
Cancel and bond,
Wait,
554. License has been surrendered.
I don't know why I don't have 554. What's 554? Can I see
It's a
554?
defaulted hearing on a non-bona fide charge where the license was already surrendered.
So cancel and bond.
4 years ago.
Yeah, surrendered back in 2018.
That was just cleaning up our queues.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chairman Bradley?
Yes. Cancel and bond.
561 and 562. This is offer $10,000.
I'll accept 10,000.
561 and 562.
This is another one that needs to make some significant changes, or they're not gonna be around long.
Yep, I agree with that.
Hang on a second, I'm looking for that.
I'll accept.
561, 562. What the hell is it? Oh, I got it. 10,000 accept.
563, no contest. I guess they didn't make.
This is where we were worried about, that there is no such person as ABC officer for this
What do
organization.
we do now? We can cancel.
The
'Cause he did do
VFW.
that'll get them in here.
Yep.
Yes, it will.
Or we can make one more request. I don't care which way we go, but I guarantee the cancellation gets them in here quickly.
Yeah. Hate to do it, but,
Or we can send another letter and say, we really, really mean it.
yeah, we really mean it this time. Could we do that? Could we send them one more letter?
And say if they don't show
If they
up,
don't appear, the license will be canceled.
yes.
Yeah.
No, we can't say that.
Yeah, we can.
What can we say?
Why
They
can't they
can
do
apply
that
from
now?
the meeting.
The board stated on the record,
Yeah, say that we stated on the record that the option is either we have a conversation with the licensed ABC officer, or the only alternative is to cancel the license.
There you go.
And we mean it this time.
Yep.
And we mean this.
well, I think that's implied, no?
Yep.
I had 2 kids. No, it's not implied.
Yeah, I can't imagine, you're right, you can't imagine how often that comes out of my mouth.
What's that? You
I
can't-
really mean it this time.
This time I mean it, yeah. I say that to the dog all the time. She goes, yeah, okay.
Say that to the dog.
Yeah, sure.
I have a 25-year-old and I still have it.
Doesn't do anything.
Next one's 564. It's the delegation of power.
So we are actually going, I'm going to withdraw this. We are going to make a new one, but we're waiting for new personnel. In order to do that, we're expected to get new personnel shortly.
What would just happen then, if this scenario pops up in the meantime, then the board will have to designate a new ALJ.
Okay.
So no more over with this one. That one's done. You're gonna do a new
Yes.
one. Thank you.
It will come back once we have the person that will be getting those responsibilities.
565, 566, and 567 is an offer of 7,500.
I accept 7,500.
Accept.
Chairman.
Accept.
568 is an offer of 6,000.
Council's office is requesting that this case be adjourned to 3:30 so that we can clarify some facts with the offeror.
Yeah, they should probably come.
Well, if I can get it in writing.
Yeah. Up to you.
All good.
To
Chairman.
get
Yes, I'm okay with that.
And 569 is an offer of 1,000.
Staff punch the patron?
Yes.
That's problematic for your insurance.
I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
Yeah, I was at 5,000 too.
5,000.
Look at that. We're starting to have the same brain.
I don't have any other matters on the calendar. Chairman, do you have anything?
No, I'll see you in 2 weeks.
It's been adjourned.
So